is not fucking pleasant. It's a pretty shitty planet. I'll read the description for you again in a bit. People were previously surprised that this was something I shit out in 5 minutes, but I'm a writer, it's kind of my jam. Regardless, these tithes went missing, and they were supposed to go and try to find it. The assumption right now is that it vanished mid-route. The tithe was composed of mineral wealth, psychically active crystals and metals, and people on the planet themselves have fuck all money. Indeed, their money is miners' credits, so they can buy things on planet, but it's useless in the greater Imperium, so black market is pretty unlikely. A bureaucrat, Gisellan, took care of the tithes on the planet side, and the group went to speak to Logistician Alter. He is either in the city or in orbit. That's one of the important people. And then there was also a senior arbitrator, Daxi, who is definitely up on the orbital system. Roughly 10 years ago, their tithes were having issues, and there was no serious pattern to it until about 5 years ago. After that, roughly the same level has gone missing, and obviously someone is trying to obscure the pattern. There are records of servitors being tampered with and an altered memory core. Some of these servitors are working on the main city. Etienne got a tune-up, something dex check, and there was a list acquired of people who started working in the dock about 10 years ago, 5 years ago. And that was 10 names. 3 of them look odd because they are too professional or they are ex-cons or ex-military. These people would be a Mr. Derek LaSalle, an expat. He is a swole as fuck dude with old military tech eyes. There is a Miss Chassise Terra, who has a perfectly clean record, which is generally quite strange. And then a Mr. Jacobs Forthy, who has been involved in wet work, and there are possible rumours of his synescience, which is technically unproven right now. 6 people are currently, of this game's time zone, working in the appropriate dock. You went to the orbital to get all of this information. You also met a certain arbiter, Jet Amet, who directed you to the With Open Arm Oars hostel. You also met an engine seer named Enoch, and he wants first dibs on heretical machines for purging, quote-unquote. At least those are the words that he used. But he is asking you to send him heretical machines instead of dealing with them yourselves. So whether you do that or not is your choice. And I've described Sarius 14 to you guys before, but as you're in a shuttle, you've got a view of the planet as it grows closer, and so now is a perfect time for me to repeat that description for you. Sarius 14 is an average-sized planet, with large mines of old crystal crossing the surface like an endless web of veins. It is said that once there was a demonic incursion due to the potency of the planet's reverberance with the warp. It also appears to be tightly arrested with bureaucracy. Indeed, so far as your experience is, there's quite a lot of bureaucracy going around. The days are short, the skies are red, and the nights are long, though never as dark as usual thanks to multiple moons in a ring that reflect the light of the nearest sun. Nestled on the surface, connecting to these veins of mines, are a number of densely packed spire and platform cities, so it's not exactly a place if you're afraid of heights. There are very infrequent rains, and they carry with them a metallic taste thanks to the largely mineral-based waters dotted around. The winds are thankfully gentle, because of the heights and the spires, and the air isn't too dry. They're maintained by ill-looking trees that take on minerals and expend their own humidity. A fruit dropping from them is rare and considered to be an omen, although an omen of what you don't know. There are a great number of independent agents, restrained psychers, carefully watched by agents of the Imperium as they undergo training. And there is an Arbites head office that orbits the planet, that's where you went, and a smaller office on the surface, which is not where you're going. You're getting dropped off in the main city instead, avoiding being seen by them. None of the planet's resources are kept locally for one reason or another, and miners receive credits. They are useless off-planet. There are nobles. Those nobles are under a great deal of pressure to constantly meet the required tithes, and it seems to be the kind of place that it's impossible to keep a secret on. You suspect that it'll be quite hard to remain subtle. You'll have to really tread your toes. However, the atmosphere itself, though breathable, is dense with warp energy. It fuddles with power like a gentle radio signal that's constantly turned on and actively attempts to exhaust you. Should your characters require rest, they require 50% more of it when they go to sleep.
Oh, that's unpleasant.
Yep. It's largely the reason why the Arbite's main office isn't on the planet's surface. Usually they would be. Like, if they said there's no space, the Arbiter would fucking make space. That's how they operate. However, because of the large number of, like, bureaucrats and quite old savants and all that stuff, they're like, they'll fucking die if we live down there on the surface. We'll have to live in an orbital. Like, it's just not healthy if you're an old person. And that's what you see in your shuttle down. The main city itself is... It's clustered, and when you'd seen above, it was like a bunch of spires. As you get closer and closer, it looks more like the bristles of a hairbrush. So many of them are these densely packed locations. The shuttle unerringly heads towards your destination. It appears to be a private shuttle pad as opposed to a public one. You can see where traffic is, like, off to the side. The odd shuttle going up and down or across these spires. Your shuttle studiously avoids these thanks to the assistance of one of the people on the orbital. When you touch down this private pad, you know the rough location of your destination, but it appears to be attached right now to a particularly fancy-looking bar. On the shuttle's arrival and all of you being dropped off, the difference in setting is readily apparent. You've been dealing with recycled, refiltered air for the past fuck knows how long. You went from a rogue trader to an orbital station, and I mean, this is the first time you've breathed air in a while, presumably. What do you do?
Well, I'm gonna get out of the shuttle, stretch my legs, and you said that this spaceport was kind of separated from everything else.
Correct. This
And
is
announce-
a...
Nope, continue.
Yep. Whereas there are public like shuttle ports for taxiing around, which makes sense considering the method by foot would take a long time around this clustered set of spires. This one's a private little shuttle pad attached to a fancy-looking bar. There is an individual like pushing their way through a heavy steel door towards you guys, but you've got a few moments before anyone arrives.
Is it possible to exit out on the opposite side of the shuttle from the person's coming in?
You would have to basically jump off the roof of a building. It's a story high, so it's not like that's a big challenge for you.
Make sure that if you do, your trench coat catches the wind just right.
Okay.
What? Haven't used? Never mind. Anyways, Morgan's gonna step out and... Well, shit. I'm a sister battle. What the fuck would I do?
Yep, no problem. The owner of the shuttle, once you're all off, by the way, will sort of toss you a pad with information on it. Says, "Give it to that guy over there, will you? I need to make sure that I was logged by someone coming in and off the planet. And I'll catch you guys later. There anything else you need?"
No. Thank you, pilot.
Right. He does like a very informal salute and then will jet off. It would seem, Sithy, you're the one who was tossed a data pad.
I think I'm gonna save the acrobatics till the point that I actually have the points.
Yeah, you don't want to break you don't want to roll an ankle jumping up from a story up just because you don't want to use the stairs.
It's the first session died because he jumped out the building.
Wait till I get catfall.
Catfall just guarantees that you'll land on your feet instead of your head. Let's face it. That's that's canonically what I think catfall should be, not whatever it actually does, which I think is reduce damage as though you were a bunch of feet shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Add 20 to your acrobatic skill, and automatically your effective distance decreases by a number of meters equal to your agility bonus.
Yeah, I figured so. No, instead I prefer the idea that instead it just means you always land on your feet. So that means, by the way, anytime anyone takes some damage from falling, it's because you didn't superhero landing properly, and like, hurt yourself. Like, land on your tailbone. Alright.
So, I guess I come down the steps like a normal person.
Yep.
Like a normal, boring person.
Okay.
Of course, I'm already kind of eyeing everything up.
Not a problem. There is, as I said, a man who is pushing through like a heavy steel door that leads deeper into this bar location. There are some like hanging baskets like above the doorway. It looks like this could also be used as a really informal drinking or smoking garden. The plants look not pleasant. To be perfectly honest, it looks like plants that should be withered and dead, but there is still a measure of vital greenness to them.
Oof.
God. All right. Would it be an awareness or a perception check to see if someone's paying undue notice to our arrival?
Yes, you can certainly do so. You're on a roof and you're looking around. I'll give you a +5 because you've got a height advantage on anyone who would be looking at you. They'd either have to be on a roof themselves or looking very awkwardly up.
Awareness or perception is what I asked.
Oh, let's go. You're actively looking around. I'm gonna say perception. Awareness is something that I will more likely reactively tell you to roll.
And you gave me a 10 on that?
5.
5.
May I roll 2?
Yeah, of course. Anyone who wants to like actively look around.
Yeah, I perception is like one of my worst things. I start with a -5 to it.
Yeah, I'm hardly surprised. Okay, so
Yeah.
the guy walking up the steps towards you is he looks a little bit, I don't know, I guess thrown off by the fact that then immediately three of you sort of do a mild fan out and stare around trying to spot if anyone might be looking for you. No one makes themselves fucking just obviously staring at you from another roof. You don't spot any individuals. Wow, your target for looking at people is a 50. That's really high.
Yeah.
Scythia's a perception monkey.
That's the +5. It's a 45, but still.
Yeah, 45 is still fucking sweet. It's a good starting number right there for perception.
I mean, it's one of my big stats for being a divination psyker.
Makes sense.
Innocence proves nothing. Kill him to make sure.
Okay.
I'm playing this game right?
No, shush. Alright, Scythia, you have the best eye on this location. From where you are, you can only see one building where someone might be able to observe you subtly, is more the best answer I can give you. Like, no one is making themselves obvious. If someone were to be watching you, they would be in what looks like a really run-down set of flats. You know how you get temporary housing and then build it up again?
Mm-hmm.
This looks like it looks like multiply repaired a temporary accommodation. Like there's extra patching, there's extra stands put up against it to keep it all as one solid building. It seems like the color out of the metal itself has been bleached just by exposure to the atmosphere for such a long period of time. It also happens to be the best cover for anyone who wanted to try and observe you. But as for actual observers, you don't see anyone. Also, is anyone else like psychically potent, or is it just Scythia?
Not yet.
I think Scythia's the only one who has like cynitions.
Yeah. You know, like that tinnitus-y thing.
The little ringing in the ear.
Yeah, you have like the mental equivalent of that. Like it's just there. It's kind of like, if you just like rub your ears, you think, oh, is it gonna go away? It was just the difference in pressure, just like my ears not popping? No, but it's constant, and no one else around you seems annoyed by this at all.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be rubbing my temples like subconsciously like the whole time we're on this planet.
Yep.
Well, they did mention that this entire planet was slightly psychically active.
Yep. Yeah. It is unpleasant. Like if you really try and pick through it as well, like it gives you a bit of a tinny taste on your teeth. Like it's just not very fun. But it is an active place. If you happen to, I don't know. In fact, give me a willpower test.
Any bonuses?
Just your raw willpower, is just to give you a number on something. Wow. Okay. You're pretty sure that if you were to like really, really reach out and maybe flare yourself to go into the warp, but like you fucking don't hold a damned thing back and even push yourself, the perils would be far, far greater, but the rewards are probably a lot greater. Quote unquote, you'd get an extra d6 to like any numerical values as far as damage or reach are concerned.
Oh, neat.
So yeah. The danger quotient for the perils of the warp is definitely up, but the the rewards are also quite high. But your leased or tethered or whatever, fettered, whatever, is unaffected.
Nice.
Okay. So, shall we turn in this data slate and get going?
Don't see why not.
Mm-hmm.
Scythia, you're the one with the pad. There's a guy looking at you expectantly. To describe him briefly, he's got very thin, if not thinning hair. He looks like he's in his 20s, but there's sort of like wrinkling at the corners of his eyes and the corners of his mouth. He's a weathered-looking individual. But his clothing looks like a reasonable attempt at trying to look neat and tidy, like it's a brightly coloured shirt, and it has been pressed, so it's not wrinkled and gross. Normal-ish trousers. You can see that there is like a patch on one of the knees, but it's at least the same colour as the rest of his clothing.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll give you an uncomfortable smile and look down at that pad expectantly.
Is this for you then?
Yes, yeah, that'd be for me. If you could please, I'll get that signed off and sent up to the bureaucrats.
What do I roll to make sure he's not lying?
What would you like to use?
I asked, what would I roll to make sure he's not lying?
Yeah, and what skill would you like to use? There are multiple ways to figure out what the fuck someone's about.
Scrutiny are probably the best.
Yeah, scrutiny is the obvious looking at in one, but you could do it with words too. So, I mean, there are different ways to handle a situation. Scrutiny is basically sense motive. But there, like, you could intimidate someone, you could charm someone, like, etc., etc.
Yeah. Just rolling scrutiny.
He seems uncomfortable, but he seems on the level.
Mind if I scrutinize him?
I don't mind at all. If you would like to, it more likely you can say, I would like to do this, and I'll tell you if you can't, but I'm not going to stop anyone from anything. You don't have to ask for permission.
Yeah, you're gonna have to tell her, Bob. She doesn't know, and I can't play her that genre savvy.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
no, Etty, he seems uncomfortable, but, on the level. You're definitely a large group.
Yeah, I'll hand the data slate to him then.
He gives you an awkward smile, clicks it on, has a look through his data slate, seems satisfied with what he's looking at, and will slide it into, I was going to say a pocket, but it's a bit big for that. It's more like a messenger pouch that he's got hanging off the side of his hip.
Mm-hmm.
And go, would you care for perhaps drinks, food, anything like that?
Why not?
Just why not? And you just never mind. We're in the bar, right?
You're currently like outside of it. There's a door in front of you. There is a guy who has just accepted the slate, and he intends to walk back inside again. It looks like going through this door will take you down into the bar proper.
All right, just like any great adventures, we're gonna start this one in the bar, guys.
You started this one in space.
Hey, that was session 0.
True. Actually, no. I was still describing stuff to you while you were in space in a shuttle. So
Space.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
there's a bar, I'm pretty sure, in that Rogue Trader ship, or something similar to it.
Yeah, I was in the bar.
That's true. Actually, you started in a bar in the Rogue Trader ship. Actually, quite explicitly, you started in a bar in the Rogue Trader ship.
Anyways, I guess we're going to head into the bar. That seems the consensus so far.
Yep. Okay then. Going down into the stairs. Again, there is again like a change in the natural humidity. It's slightly cooler inside. When you arrive, by the way, I suppose I should add, it was sunlight, but it's already starting to dim. The sky is a blood red, uncomfortable looking, almost heretical in nature.
I don't like it.
Don't like it. Don't like the red sun.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Failed my intelligence test. I am going to order a drink because that is what peoples do. Beep boop.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Yeah, down into the bar. It's occupied by a few individuals, but the bar proper itself is, let's say, I was gonna say it's like a wooden countertop, but there's not a hope in hell of that being the case. It's more prefab, but it's been scrubbed down and polished to look like a nicer countertop than it is. Like, whoever runs this establishment is working pretty well with what he's got. There is a list of drinks, like, strapped across the wall. It's just literally drink
Just
name.
a moment.
Oh, yep.
How do you know that there isn't a drink named like that? Well, here's a salient question: is there a drink that I need to make a toughness save for?
I mean, that exists, yes.
If only I was playing a drinker.
Yeah, no,
Um,
there are a row of drinks like all across the top, and you've been informed that drinks here are pretty shitty. There is a credit price next to them all. It's not imperial money; it's mining credits. I believe you guys did transfer some of your money over, and it's like a role play amount of money for shit like this. So you can just say that you buy drinks. That's not an issue.
Yeah.
they got a
Will it be
plant. They got a planetary equivalent of scotch.
Rem, please don't speak over people. It's like
Oh,
the fourth
sorry.
time. This is the fourth time you've cut off someone to make a one-liner. Sorry, you were saying, Scrag.
So I was just gonna make a joke like, oh, so you're talking about they have like Emp Light.
Yeah. There's a lot of Emplite around here. They've also got Sister's Choice, which is an IPA.
Squint. I will have one of those.
Okay. The color is dark. The taste is shit. It is not a pleasant beverage by any means.
Just for sillies.
Where's Milo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I knock it back like a champ. It's nothing.
Yeah.
I drink this all damn day.
Yeah, no. Sister's IPA, for all intents and purposes, appears to have more in common with Imperial Water than it does with actual alcoholic beverages.
I went to a fucking beer tasting last week, and the IPA was just IPA flavored water.
Ugh.
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 Sorry, yes, then Rem, you were saying.
Scotch.
The bartender looks at you. It's, this man is closer to middle age, dark hair, but it's been shaved very, very short, close cropped to his head. He's wearing a lot less lazy clothes. A lot less pleasant clothes. It looks like they're just for comfortable wear, but he has got an apron across the front and his hands appear clean. You should be so lucky. I haven't seen scotch in years, buddy.
What you got?
We got beer and other beer, and, well, we've got what we say is Amasek, but, the Emperor knows what it actually contains. You're welcome to give that a shot.
Got any old throne?
Sure, yeah. He will get a glass. You see him like reach underneath the counter and tap a keg of something. He hands you it. It looks like Old Throne if it were, a lot paler and a lot weaker.
Close enough.
Yep.
I'll just order one of the specials.
He pauses and goes, sure.
Martini.
Yeah, a cosmopolitan.
No,
Makes a mean
appletini.
an appletini. Yeah,
I
it's an
meant
apple.
off food. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
not
off
gonna
food.
drink any.
Yeah. Someone goes, we do some food here, but this place ain't a restaurant, buddy. Give me a sec. He'll sort of have
He'll serve you.
a rummage around in the counter, and then pulls out like I guess it's a cardboardish looking box, and when he cracks it open, you can see it's full of like bags of processed foodstuffs, and he picks one of the ones that say steak on it, and then slides it across the counter to you. That's about as special as it's getting, I'm afraid.
That's fine. Something.
Should I make a perception check or awareness check to basically do the same thing but in bar form?
Perception for now.
So people watch.
Okie dokie. Difficult or difficult is a +0 modifier.
It's just +0.
Okay.
Well, look at you perceiving in anything.
I did a thing, guys. I did it.
Okay, so I mean,
30%.
you can see that your group immediately attracts the attention of everyone in the bar. There are a couple people trying particularly hard to make it look like they're not looking at you because you guys look like trouble. You're all armed, you're all dressed nicely, you're all from off-planet, and one of you appears to be a sister. Like...
Yeah, you might want to get out those robes.
Yeah, you can see you can see in particular that a lot of them studiously are avoiding your eye contact, in particular Morgan, because you're scary. But you do have their attention. Whenever you're not looking at someone, they're trying to look at you. Yeah, Eddie, I can definitely confirm that like your whole group has attracted some attention here. Morgan is really really obvious to everyone here, but she's intimidating, so no one's bothering you.
I mean, I'm at least trying to make my gun look subtle.
Yeah, but I'm wearing Sister of Battle flak armor.
Yeah, you're about as subtle as a brick to the head.
Yeah, and I never de-emphasized the fact of what I was wearing in hopes that someone would tell me not to do this. You had a chance.
So many hints were dropped, so many opportunities were given.
Though.
Yeah.
No. The plan is they see you and they don't notice the random Imperial Guard soldier just randomly walking through.
Yeah, you don't stand out at all compared to the sister, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious to you guys.
They just see me walk out the door. They don't care.
Just see a dude. There are probably ex-guards on this planet. That's where they tend to go if they aren't in a prison or dead.
So I guess we take at a table and... Oh yeah, I just came to...
We make
don't
Morgan
really think...
eat by herself so we don't stand out.
Oh, man. It's like the opposite of high school. You don't want to be around the scary kid.
Yep.
Jocks get no love. All right. Out of character, unless you guys are going to do like your scrutiny thing to try to find these three people in here, spending the entire session pissing around the bar is gonna get old.
Yeah.
But you know,
it's fine. Seacart asks Silas, where to next, and Silas indeed responds, "You guys can say these things out loud. The open armors, you need accommodation?" Okay, goes, "Yeah, that's a decent enough place for sorts. Let's see here. You're most likely not from around here, so if I tell you a street name, that's gonna be worth fucking all. Just head out, take a left, take a right, long walk, up the stairs toward one of the taller spires. It's about midway point."
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Alright.
He tips an imaginary hat.
Before I go,
Wait,
God,
I have an idea.
For Ren, for God's sake.
Damn it,
People are speaking. Stop it.
Sorry.
Maz.
and before I go, any decent work around here? Anyone need anything taken care of?
That sounds right and ominous there, and I wouldn't think of nothing. I definitely don't have any kind of work like that to offer. You want to scrutiny him?
Oh, I don't have a train.
You can do a raw perception. Oh, fucking yeah! I looked at it. I was like, wow, 80, perfect, 81. Yeah, he don't have shit to offer you. No jobs around here of an unsightly sort. What kind of person do you think he is? What kind of establishment do you think this man be operating? It was insulting for you to ask him.
How dare you,
That's
sir?
what you think. God, that was rude of you. Asking if the owner of a bar could hook you up with illicit works. God, what an asshole. He does not seem forthcoming with job offers.
So, describe the flak armor that Morgan's wearing.
It is literally because I couldn't. We had this conversation last session. Because every Sister of Battle has graduated gets power armor, but for balance issues, I don't get that yet. So imagine power armor, but flak armor. It has all the same heraldry and stuff like that. It's silver, silver armor with the skull and halo of the yeah, kind of like that.
So tell me, when we're walking out of here, do you just want to put on my coat until we can figure out a less conspicuous outfit for you?
Why would I do such a thing?
Lady, you're about as subtle as a brick.
Should I not carry my sister's emblem and show the people of this planet the... Oh, hang on, dog. Stop it. Okay, sorry, I was distracted by the dog. Alright, basically she's asking typical Sister of Battle, how dare you make me take off, shroud the glorious vestments of my order.
Look, I am not asking you to lessen yourself in the eyes of the Imperium and your order. I'm just asking you that let's go about this a slight bit more quiet. Like, your outfit is quite loud. Now, I'm not saying this is permanent.
Why didn't it? Yeah. Your argument makes sense, so I'm doing a thing, but it's not working.
A fellowship roll?
Yep.
You got a 39, target 40.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it didn't show. It literally did not show up for me.
You pulled a college,
Alright.
you just scraped by.
No. She's just going to sigh, reach into her pack and pull out, very obscuring, like, robes-looking things. They do not have any heraldry on them. Just gonna put that over armor.
It's entirely likely that Morrigan was given this by someone who knew exactly what she was walking into, and the whole time she's been like, I'm not fucking wearing this thing. It sits in the bag.
Probably, but, the Sisters of Battle do have the robes, and I just kind of figured I'd just have it.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's, boring brown robes that, a lot of people in the Imperium wear. Is this satisfactory?
Yeah, now you just pass for homeless. Perfect.
Squint. Well, you can't see the squint because it's under a robe, but you get the feeling that a battle sister is not amused.
So, I guess I light up and I walk out with the others.
Two of them have gone ahead of you, wanting to reach the destination, separate from the main group.
Love splitting the party, guys.
They're not exactly far away. You had a conversation and necked your drinks. They just don't want to exit the door with you, I believe.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
And I guess
yeah.
Group 1's going out and Group 2's going out as well.
Okay, that's fine. Following the directions is not hard. When you walk out onto the quote-unquote street from this pub, you can see that there are a couple of prefab houses, including the aforementioned, like, rebuilt one a few times over. And then there are a few, like, longer-standing stone buildings. And there are more of them the closer you get to this spire of stone. Like, even if he'd said left then or, left then or right, the moment he said it's partway up a spire, you could probably have figured that one out. It's either the spire really far away or the spire, like, really close to you guys. There are, like, it looks like houses jutting out the sides of it with platforms connecting to stairways spiraling down. between each of these little houses on the spire.
Hmm.
As for like actual like thickness, I say spire, you might be imagining something quite thin. It's a broad structure. Like
It's girthy.
it is. There's a thickness to this stone obelisk, like the Earth's great teeth itself. And there are buildings attached to it and a lot of stairs. It looks like you're going to be climbing a lot of stairs in the foreseeable future. However, when you reach the bottom of the spire, you'd probably be quite relieved to see that amongst things maintained, the stairs are regularly maintained. Like, it's not just stone. You can see patches where maybe there was chipped stone, someone has filled it in, and they filled it in with decent material as opposed to, like, bolting some metal to it and being like, that'll hold this rock together. No, someone has actually done a decent job of keeping this exit and egress into the spire from being a complete fucking mess. But yeah, it seems that if you're not on the spire, the buildings are considerably shit.
Well, I'm just gonna go walk on out. I'm gonna be putting my badge back away and I guess just walking around, coat, hands in pockets, smoking.
Oh god. I just realized an arbiter and a sister of battle walked in. I didn't realize you had your fucking badge out too. So an arbiter and a sister of battle walk into a bar. Guys, I'm pretty sure if there's heresy going on this planet, they already know.
Well, it was more or less just. Well, keep in mind, my arbiter badge doesn't look like a normal arbiter badge. It's just a star.
Even so. All right. Well, I can see we're not going for the subtle. It's okay. It's okay.
Hell, for all I know, they don't even know what that star means.
Fuck it, we're doing it live. All right.
Please no.
All right, so we're going to be heading to the what is it? The hostel, right?
Yep, that's right.
We open the armors.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So when you're on the spire and climbing up it, you can see that there are a number of buildings. A lot of them seem to be accommodation based. You can see that there is another bar. It's smaller than the one you were just in. Like, it's not a double floored affair. It doesn't have stairways going anywhere. It's just into the door. There is a bar. There are like 2-3 tables. Again, same drink, same offers, same credits. And then you can see that there are another few buildings, one of which you might suspect is a bit of a brothel. Nothing looks really nice. As I say, there are stone buildings, and the stone buildings are in better nick than anything made of prefab. But they're all very standout in appearance, all same fashion builds, at least along the bottom of the spire. When you reach the midway point, where your hostel is supposed to be, there are larger buildings, and they have a little bit of elegance to them. The stones have like patterns worked into them, like very rudimentary, of course, but it's at least an attempt at art to break up the monotony of these buildings. There are more of those sickly plants, like dotting the level that you're on. They keep the air from being dry and awful. Let's see here. Who wants to actually like find the hostel? Like, who's trailblazing?
I guess I'll. Are you talking to the groups or?
Well, there'll be 2 different groups. So like, who's trailblazing out of group 1, which would be Silas and Seacut, and then out the rest of you guys, whoever wants to take point.
The trailblazer really should be someone who isn't Morgan. I'm telling you, I have no skill in any of that shit.
I guess I'll do it then.
Okay.
Follow the sister of battle around. Hang on, I can smell heresy. Just like 3 days later, finally show up at the hostel.
Yep.
And I guess Silas will take the leading group.
Yeah. I assume you have.
Clearly, I'm the one who smells the heresy. You're just following along with the gun.
Right.
Just make sure you stay within 3 meters of my square.
Always.
Okay. Unless you have some kind of talent or trait that asserts itself well to getting around places, you can try and do it with perception, or you can make an inquiry with people as you go by, like just flag someone down and be like, the building exactly, someone help me. I am lost.
I guess perception?
Go for it.
Or would that be more of a navigate thing?
Let's see here. Navigate in this context is not. It's not really. When it says navigate surface, it means a surface vehicle, not a.
Okay.
Like not your feet. Your feet aren't a surface vehicle, all things considered.
Unless I get Heelys.
Yeah, okay, maybe then. You can make a navigate Heelys check.
Navigate is finding your way around your thinking operators.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, I am. Yeah, it's. I guess it's because I see like a navigate surface stellar warp. I just realized that yes, those are literally things you can travel through and need to find your way around. So I suppose navigate would work instead of perception or scrutiny. But yeah, you both just like engage the eye beams.
I hate that this record of events, when you are like trying to edit it, it doesn't pop out. So I have to. Sorry, carry on.
Okay. You're able to engage vision machines and locate. There is a sign. It's written in low Gothic. It's just a directions. It looks like continuing further up will take you to some nicer buildings. It looks like along a way you can get a shuttle towards where shipping and receiving Spire is. There's another way to, and from that shuttle you can also get to like down instead towards mines and slums and shit like that. There is definitely one for like hostel, and indeed the name for the with open armors is there. You follow the signs along. It's not complicated. And there is another building. This one appears to be about 3 stories tall, built into the spire. It's probably the tallest one, like, nestled onto this level. Next to it is a mechanics shop, and on the other side of it is... you would have to go in and have a look. It's not readily apparent from the outside.
So it's an unknown building, our inn, and mechanic shop right next to each other?
Yeah.
Alright.
It was recommended to you by an arbiter, so it's probably useful whatever it is.
Okay.
Silas will head on in.
Right? You are the first one there. Can you make me an awareness test, please?
Very close, but failed.
Yep.
Was it just him or?
He's the first
Yeah.
one in. Well, him and Seacart. Seacart, awareness test, please.
Alrighty.
Hmm.
Wow.
Wow.
Are you sure this is the right place? No. Okay. Nothing triggers your spidey sense. When you get inside, there is soft music playing in what appears to be the lobby of a rather reasonable-looking hostel. It's definitely not like fancy hotel levels. It's definitely I'm here and I'm not staying super long, but it's a nice enough building. There is a waiting area with seats. There appears to be a checking area, and then there is a doorway leading to the rest of the hostel, presumably, and a staff room. At the counter is a woman with, for once, not a tired expression, which is probably a nice change. Quite pale skin, clear green eyes. And she'll look up as the two of you guys enter first. Like, hello there. How can I help you?
Need a couple of beds and some questions answered.
It shouldn't be a problem. Do you have a booking name? Or are you just stopping by for the first time?
Just stopping by.
You were given Jet's name with her recommendation when you came to this place, by the way.
I know.
Okay, just making sure. Alright, sure. Can I have some names to put down in the book?
Now you gotta pick fake names.
You can just say, I give them fake names. I won't make you all fucking
Yeah.
make shit up as you go.
Yeah.
We're not there yet though.
Yeah, I
This is
know. I'm
Silas.
just those two.
Yeah.
Tom.
Yeah.
Silas and Sieg.
Yeah. Oh my god, that sounds like two cop, perfect cop buddy name.
Silas and Sieg. Space Cop.
Yes.
Then-
Hey, I'm the space
Give
cop.
them fake names.
Yes, or
Okay,
give them fake
excellent.
names.
Right, that's fine. Alright, great. I've got you all typed in there then. And do you know how long you'll be staying, or are we going to be playing this day by day? Should give you another warm smile.
Day by day, for now. Depends as to the answers to these questions.
Huh, yeah, popular request, alright. Ask away, sure.
Best place to eat or drink. Same sort of budget that would lead us to come here.
Well, we're one of the few places that will take a little bit of Imperial money as long as it's not the whole room's payment, so I assume you guys are, you're after something a little bit nicer than most of the shit around here, yeah?
Doesn't
Honestly,
have to be nicer, just good enough.
good enough. Alright, honestly, around here, you're not gonna find much in the way of fancy. Like, there is a place for, like, groceries and stuff around the other side of the spire. There is a few restaurants topside, like, she'll just literally point at the ceiling, like, but she likely means further up the spire itself. Like, there are a couple of restaurants around there. They'll sort you out quite nicely. Meat's okay around here. Veg is not tasty, per se. Bread's okay.
Good enough. Best place to find company.
She gives you, like, that look where she's considering, like, does they mean company in big old air quotes, or just a friend? She assumes you mean company, and she goes, well, I mean, there are a couple brothels around here. There's a particularly nice one, like, a few doors down, and then there's also a, well, I wouldn't call it a nice one, but it's definitely a larger one, on the other spire at the bottom. It sees a lot of miners, but the girls there keep themselves clean. So do the guys, if that's your fancy.
Clean's better than half the places that I've ended up at. That'll do nicely.
Yeah, well, I mean, they have to keep regularly clean. Have you seen the miners around here?
No.
Well,
It's
you're
not
in for
yet.
a treat then, dear.
Yeah.
Yep, she'll reach underneath the counter and pull out a couple of room cards.
Best place to find some work. Preferably not the mines.
Frankly, I don't know what you'd be looking for then. I don't have any connections to anything special in particular. If you ask around some of the dodgier places down south, I guess, maybe they'll be able to help you out, but otherwise there's visitors doing the whole bureaucracy thing, or there is the miner. You don't look much like a bureaucrat.
Could manage. Can't be that hard.
Alright, don't have any connections myself, but I think I know what you're asking, and I don't know anyone.
Fine. Now anywhere to avoid.
Anywhere to avoid? Well, probably the same place I'd suggest avoiding is where I'd recommend going for dodgy work. There's nowhere you can't go if you're armed and scary enough.
Good enough. Thanks for the time.
Not a problem.
And he'll give her a little tip of a couple of credits.
Cool. Mining or Imperial?
Mining.
Yep. She'll give you a
Hopefully
smile.
not going to run out of them soon.
No. You're giving someone a tip. It's, unless you're trying to sizably do something here, it's going to be an inconsequential number. But you improve her opinion of you. And yeah, you go. Next, right through the door then, just basically as you guys are passing through the doorway that would lead to your rooms and stuff. Thrones, whatever. Fuck you all. And she asks you to pay in goatseas, Imperial goatseas. Yeah, yeah. Etienne, Scythia, and Morrigan, you are up next in through the doorway. Like, can I have your awareness tests, please, as you're approaching?
And can Scythia and
Yeah.
Silas make me either fellowship or intelligence rolls?
Scythia or Silas?
Not Silas. Sorry, Scythia or Etienne. There we go. Since they're with me.
Fellowship?
Fellowship or intelligence.
Oh god.
Too smart!
Nope.
Excellent.
Well, sorry guys, I have to do this. Alright, what am I doing? Awareness? Alright.
Yep, awareness, please.
Wait,
Oh,
I'm
wait.
sorry. What are you
Hang
doing?
on.
All three of us then?
Hang on. And now let me make. What role would I do to pin together them wanting to put on my cloak and then not giving my real name? Would that just be intelligence?
I was have to say logic.
Yeah, that feels like you're doing mental arithmetic rather than thinking particularly hard. It's
Well,
do you make a connection?
Will I get any bonuses or no?
Fucking.
Well, the fact that I kind of-
it's logic. Logic is logical thinking. I'm afraid.
Well, I did kind of imply that we were trying to go low profile,
Yeah.
but
I'll give you
I
a
was
plus.
hoping I'd
I'll give
get
you a
close.
plus. I'll give you a plus 10 to like circumstance.
Nope.
Awesome.
oh god.
Well,
Anyway.
you can always try to like make an agility roll to beat Morgan when you hear her saying her name.
Yeah,
There's always that.
yeah.
Or someone can
Just literally take the lead as they're going. But regardless, Scythia, I'll let you keep that.
Right?
You
Oh,
can keep that
nice, thank
16.
you.
I mean, it's an identical roll to what it would have been. It's fucking. I'm not gonna be that mean. Be like, ha, you had a success. Roll again, bitch. Okay.
She is a sister of battle. I was just making this so I'm not just saying, oh, I'm a sister of battle, so I'm always like this.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Giving people opportunities to catch you out when you're going to fucking bust their cover is better than just fucking going ahead with it and then going with the old better to ask forgiveness than permission concept, because it's usually not the way
Agility,
to
you
go.
said?
If you don't take it depends on how this turns out, and when she asks for names, what happens. So let's just do that.
Excellent. Anyway, yes. Etienne, you're pretty certain that you're being watched. Scythia too. Like, it's likely Etienne that's slightly at the forefront, since it was his perception to get you to this location. There is someone like in a conversation with another individual, but like they both do that like glance up at you. Scythia, like as you're walking up, you're pretty sure that there was another couple of people like, you know, looking at you and talking to themselves in a way that indicated maybe they were trying to be a bit subtle. And when you look towards one of them, you can see that an individual is briskly walking away. He was leant up against the wall wearing plain clothes robes, quite similar to what Morrigan's got on over her armor right now.
Now, would y'all mind if I kind of went off and did my own thing temporarily, or... This is out of character, but,
You asked that.
What?
That's too. If it's something that you would ask for permission for out character, I say you fucking do it if it's what your character wants to do in character. Come now.
Alright. I kind of drop the sister off at the door and say, look, I'm just gonna say this once. Don't do anything stupid. I know what your training is. This is not your training.
I am mildly insulted.
Good.
You
I
resemble
walk
that
away.
remark.
Don't do anything stupid, he says. Show him stupid.
Show him stupid.
I guess,
Show him stupid really often and regular.
I will.
I'll show him so much stupid. That'll show him. Fuck.
I guess stealth shadowing for that guy who walked away.
Absolutely.
Any bonuses?
Nope.
Split the party, yeah. Split the
Jesus
party,
Christ!
You know your
It's
training.
outrolls.
Yeah, you
It's
know your
out
training.
level
Your clothing is still like not inconspicuous. No one has as nice a coat as you have around here, and it's like a time of day when it's pretty fucking empty. Like the sun is just setting, but that probably means you're looking at like midday. A lot of people are out working the mines. Anyone hanging around in this place is probably around for a reason. So like trying to be subtle in a wide open space is next to impossible. You're pretty sure you could have done it otherwise, but you're not in your own case. You don't you at least you're not being subtle. You could still certainly try to shadow someone and follow them, but you're pretty certain that whoever it is watching you knows you're after them.
Well, at least on the plus side, I can take solace in that I'm the least conspicuous looking one out of the entire group. But moving on. I guess just wander in that direction.
Okay, that's fine. Morrigan, you see Etienne do a particularly... Even to your eyes, it's not a great job of trying to be inconspicuous as he goes down this street following after someone. You don't know why he's following them, but you suspect he's doing his job, something important.
Is it like the detective from the Pink Panther?
Yeah, you hear da-dum, 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 as he just disappears down the street. Yeah, he's. It looks like he's following a route that will take him around to, like, the back end of the spire. Same level. He's not going down or up, but he's following in like a just horizontal route.
Okay then.
Yeah,
I'm
but
gonna go inside.
yep, excellent. So, it's still Morrigan. Scythia, you're there, so you can keep an eye on Morrigan. You know what subtle is, right?
Pretty much.
Okay.
More than Morgan does, anyway.
Yeah, no problem.
But I'm the one wearing sunglasses.
All the time.
At all times.
Pretty
Always
much.
sunglasses. Okay. Alright, when you get inside, it's, yeah, I mean, you've heard the description before. There is the same, like, pale, rather youthful-looking individual with the dark hair and the piercing green eyes will look up at you and smile warmly. She was typing away on a really old-looking machine, but it's working, judging by the low hum coming from it.
Okay.
Hi there, how can I help you?
We would like lodging, please.
Okay
Bork,
then.
bork.
We would like lodging, please. Bork, bork!
Work, work.
Huh?
Work.
And dog treats.
You're gonna be hearing a lot of that. It's Halloween.
Yeah, and I imagine that it goes batshit and people go to the door,
Yeah.
which they'll do every time they want candy. I can only imagine that their answer is just a drunk bro of yours just pouring alcohol into their sack. Here you go, kids. Have fun.
Merry Christmas.
Who's inflatable skeletoning?
I've done that before.
What, poured alcohol into someone's back?
No, but I have been incredibly schmammered and handed out candy.
Oh, that's always
Kids
fine.
loved me for it.
Yeah, you're probably like, have a fistful of Scotch chocolate. I'm your best
Okay.
friend now, bye. Okay.
Yeah, and yeah, so she's gonna ask for, I guess, three beds. Yeah,
That's fine.
Since, you know, he just kind of
Yeah, we've
Zoidberged
got
away.
we've got quite a few empty rooms here. That's not an issue. Give me a sec. I don't know that I can get all three next to each other. We just had a few more people move up, and they're on the second floor. Let's have a look here. Yeah, there's still a few rooms. Can I have some names, please, to put down?
more, and this is where your agility test would be, Cynthia. Oh, nope.
No, I'm still here.
Okay, this would be where you'd make your agility roll, the jabber in the back.
Nope.
Too bad. Morgan Silverpine.
Oh, so you
I'll
did
leave
use a fake name. you did use a fake name there, Miss
Winterpine.
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 It's a use a
Silver
fake
Drake,
surname.
goddammit.
Fuck. It's still not good.
No, for some reason I was thinking Silver Drake, my other character for a different game. Yeah,
Of course.
Winterpine.
You should have just left it at Silverpine.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
too
a nice
bad.
name. And yours, Miss?
I'll leave a fake name.
Okay, excellent. All right then. And do you have the name of the third person? Morrigan, by this point, you've seen Scythia make up a fake name. You can probably put two and two together and be like, he wouldn't want people to know his name.
I'm shooting a dirty look, and it might be a little hard to tell behind my sunglasses.
Do you really want to get in a stern gaze competition with Sister Battle? Let's do this.
Even through the sunglasses, you would lose. No, okay, Morrigan, your character is very straightforward, but you're not retarded. You can probably
I
make
know.
ready.
I know. Despite I love Sisters of Battle, and I'm playing one straight, but I'm not going to fuck over other people's characters or act like a retard. So I'm not going to give his name.
All right, excellent. Yeah, that does mean that Etienne gets the fake name made up by Morrigan, though, and that's going to be delightful whenever I spring that on you later.
I will let you decide which one she used.
Oh, of course, not a problem. It might have the word Bork in it. Who knows?
Lance Morkins.
Oh, that's it. Lance
Okay,
Borkins.
now I'm getting my water.
All right. I'm like just putting Lance Borkins in his character's GM notes.
I love playing this character.
Excellent. All right. And she'll give you the rooms. Is there anything that you ask or do, or are you just going to accept your keys and move up?
We'll give Etienne's description for his room so that she knows who to look for.
Excellent.
To
Okay.
give her key. To
Well,
give
So
her
a,
key,
so a scruffy looking nerf herder with a really nice coat.
Yeah. I mean, you might want to send him a message. You guys all have like combis and shit. You might want to tell him that he's got a fake name to arrive with.
Oh yeah, I will. I will call him up.
Yeah. All right.
And tell him about yeah. I've got your room and
Hi, honey. What's up?
Don't call me honey. I got you a room
Yeah, I'll be home for dinner.
under the name Lance Borkins.
I've never had that before. I'll see when I get home.
Yep. All right. Batman Star Wipe. Etienne, you are going down the street, following your target. As I say, it's a very plainclothes man, in like brown robes over his armor. Well, I say armor, brown robes over like Morrigan has over her armor. Sorry. He's not. Doesn't appear to be armored at the very least, and he's walking around the back of the spire. How closely are you following him?
About 35 feet back.
Okay, that's no problem. You're not exactly what you would consider an earshot, and you suspect, like, partway along, he's caught onto the fact he's being followed. Sorry, I'm, like, just choking on the air itself for no reason.
Good lord.
There we go. There we go. I had to get all that pesky air out of me. Alright. Yeah, and he realizes he's being followed when you see him duck, not into an alleyway, but into an archway. It looks like the inside of these spires are hollow. Like, you can stop partway through and travel through the middle of them.
Do I have, like, a map or anything that I can pull out and look at?
You do not have a map. No.
I guess I can, like, stop 10 feet. I guess I stop 10 feet before it, look around, say, where in the hell is that hotel?
Okay. Yeah, there is no one around to see you being weird within this 10 feet. Like, the reason you're following it isn't fair isn't because someone else spotted you, it's because this guy noticed he was being followed. There's no one else in this fucking street. Yeah. So
Guess,
you say that. What do you do?
I guess just peek around the corner and see what I see.
Okay then.
Do I have anything shiny? Wait. Can I take out my lighter case and see if I can use it as a mirror to see what's around the corner?
You can certainly try. Can you make me a -20 perception check?
Okay. -20 perception, you said?
Yep.
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
You're looking at the reflection of a lighter. The sun has gone down, and there is bright light on the other side of this alley, of this hallway. Sorry. So trying to see into it is nigh on fucking impossible, but you could nail it.
Well, keep in mind that darkness doesn't really affect my vision.
Yeah, but it reflects the passage of. It reflects how light travels, and you're looking at the reflection of a metallic surface. Whether or not you can see well is besides the point.
Well,
Yeah, your the reflective surface of your lighter doesn't seem to grasp any details. It gets the light reflection of the alleyway down to your left.
Well, I guess just peek around myself.
All right, you look down and you can't see anyone. There are a number of like doorways built onto the inside of this alleyway, not on the side that the hotel would be on, but into. I guess let's face it. You went to the right around this spire. Like I'll quickly draw you a little diagram on here. Imagine this here is the spire. You've gone around it in this direction.
Okay.
The hotel is like here, and there is a cut going through it right here. There are doorways in this hallway, but they are only on this side of it. I've only drawn 5, but there are like a ton going down there. It's lodgings. It's lodgings for a lot of people, and when you look down it, you don't see anyone.
I guess just walk down. Go look around.
Okay then. Can you do for me? You don't have to do a. There's no challenge level to just doing a perception test, but if you have something more specifically like, you know, actual like detective Pink Panthering as opposed to just what do your eyes tell you, then now would be the time to use it.
Awareness or scrutiny?
Scrutiny is for people.
Awareness is for areas.
Awareness is like that's what I will ever ask you to, like if it's a perception that I want you to be prepared for, awareness is what I ask you to do. Like that's not you actively looking for something, that's your passive. Someone is looking at you is when I used awareness. I'll use that against you. You'll only ever do perception when looking at shit. It's just that there are talents for like looking around. Survival would do it maybe if you wanted to look for like prints and shit like that. So
Maybe logic. Maybe logic.
No, there's no logical thinking really to apply to this. It's what do you find. So you can do raw perception, but the results will be different to if you used survival. It's essentially 2 different ways to figure this out.
Well, I guess I'll try. Any
Have I told people I got back yet?
You haven't, but welcome back.
bonuses?
It's just not challenge. It's just a challenging one, so +0. Nice, nicely done. Okay.
well played.
So there's no way he disappeared like particularly far down unless he happened to sprint particularly hard. So presumably the first thing you do is look for signs that someone might have sprinted particularly hard. Otherwise you could, track it down to the first few doors. There is a very clear scuff on the ground. It looks like the rubber sole of someone's boot has left like a mark. And you think, maybe did I hear a squeak earlier when I reached the edge of that hallway? It's hard to say. But you suspect if there was a guy here, the first thing he did was bolt it. So it sort of expands you from maybe like this would be the target area now, as opposed to like the first bunch of doors. In the time you got around here, he could have bolted it a lot further in. There aren't any more obvious signs. It's a stone spire, so there's just, scuff marks. There's a little bit of dust in the air, but not masses due to the natural humidity of the place.
What's a guy I was tracking, right?
Hard to say. They were in a brown robe.
Okay, for some reason I had put down woman. Never mind.
Honestly, I haven't rolled what their gender is. It doesn't matter to me which they are, so they just haven't gotten assigned one. I think I might have even said both genders by this point.
Just for notes. Carry on.
Hey Bob, did Firefox crash?
Yep. Me and Firefox were not cool, as it seems.
Use Chrome.
So, I guess
you and Firefox have a weird relationship. Sorry.
Terrible relationship.
Guess I keep on walking, keep on looking.
You take off the sunglasses, there's a black eye.
Alright. Let's see here. What are your looky aroundy skills? Is there actually one for listen? That would be really nice. I wish there were a separate skill for listen and
there is one for eavesdropping. There is a subset for eavesdropping.
Where is eavesdropping subsetted in, sorry?
I believe that's scrutiny?
I think eavesdropping is just part of scrutiny, and eavesdropping is like a talent.
Ah, okay.
Hang on, let me look it up just to make sure, because I'm on the...
Yeah, no. Anyway, eavesdropping wouldn't appeal to, like, just trying to hear sounds. Like, you wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on a monster sneaking up on you, for instance. Not that that's what's happening. Like, just as an example, that's not how scrutiny is used. Scrutiny can be used to look at a crowd of people talking, and I believe the eavesdropping talent means when you're looking in on a group of people talking, not only are you getting information, but I might give you words as well as expressions, that kind of shit.
Inquiry.
Jeez. No, give me perception then. You're listening for things specifically.
Despite the few issues this game system has, it's pretty much my favorite.
Yeah, there are a few times where it's specific, where it doesn't need to be, and then a bunch of times where it's like, it's just this fucking broad thing, like, ugh.
Yeah.
You're like the worst halves of the skill squish.
Yeah, I like it a lot more than even Pathfinder, and that's hard for me to admit, but I will admit there are some problems this game has.
Yeah, the D100 system is actually kind of refined. I like it.
Yeah, no, yeah. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with the D100s. I just wish that the skills were specific in the right places. Like command and like intimidate being different things is actually not great. Instead, having command like intimidate be a subset of command would make sense. However, intimidate's just done with strength, so it's like be swole at people, but you don't always intimidate them with your muscles.
But that's my problem with intimidation.
Actually, look under command itself. You can see you can use command to make
terrify.
people scared of you.
See?
It's just I do have huge issues with intimidate being strength, especially when if you don't use strength because you're like a dex build, if you walk up to someone with power armor and a bolter but you don't have enough strength for them to make you you got a 2 on your thing to terrify them with intimidation, I'm just like so the way I fix that is the armors and stuff like that, and you generally being more terrifying will just add to your degrees, so add 10, 20, 30.
Well,
that's right. I'll probably keep in mind unconscious degrees then.
There is also a rule in the system where it explains that for certain situations you can actually change the skill which certain skills, like the certain attribute which skills goes off of. Like in that case,
Winter does have hidden bonuses that I don't really talk about in the other game. Winter, the commissar, because she's a commissar. Jet has hidden bonuses is because she's
a badass.
Full stormtrooper, full stormtrooper gear. Everyone is terrified of stormtroopers because they're basically baby Astartes.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, sorry for getting us.
That's fine. No, I should actually keep in mind invisible degrees of success is something that I haven't thought of and will keep in mind for the future. Okay. Anyway, you're listening around. It's probably when you're about 6 doors down, which is, it would be reasonable to get there from where this sprint has happened. About into this middle section around here. You're about 6 doors down, and there is like someone hurriedly talking. It's hard to make it out, but it's muffled talking, and also you figured these rooms would be empty because they belong to like miners and shit. Nicer ones, no doubt, or at least people who work within the mines, even if they aren't specifically miners. These rooms you would assumed to have been empty. There is someone having a hurried conversation inside there.
Scrutiny eavesdropping?
Absolutely, now would be the time to do that. Okay, so ear to the door. You grab a few words, but it's muffled. Like it's a stone building with like a padded metal door. It looks like it's been weatherproofed against like dust and water and shit like that. So it's hard to make out sounds, but you can keep picking up the inflections of the voice. There is like a measure of alarm to it, and the longer this conversation goes on, like the calmer it gets, and you get the sensation that whatever this conversation is about, like they're being talked down from panicking. But yeah, like one of the like you can pick up like ia and ara sounds, so you can put together that it was probably a sentence like, and I think one of them's here.
Is there any junk in this? Is there any junk in this alleyway I can hide in?
To hide in, no. There is like some trash that's not been cleaned, but nothing you could use for cover. It's a pretty clear hallway.
And you said that these rooms should be empty?
You would have thought that they'd be empty, or like the people living in them aren't, they'd be off doing work and shit. It's a slow work day.
Can I try the next door over and see if it's locked?
Okay. Can you give me roll me a D10. It's like the D4 of fate, but there's going to be a larger margin for error. Fucking hell. I'm sorry,
Wow.
the 10 is the worst result.
Wrong system, buddy.
Yep, it's the backward system. Indeed, if this were World of Darkness, you just nailed it on a chance die, but I'm afraid that we're playing low numbers as good in every roll that happens in this fucking game. When you try and open this door, not only do you find that it's locked, but it wasn't like set very thoroughly in its hinges and they weren't oiled, so there's like a screeching noise. Like it looks like this door should have opened when you leant on it just because it didn't seem thoroughly closed, but then it clunks up against the tumbler. And the lock is definitely there.
I wasn't trying to open it up. I just wanted to see if it was locked or not.
Well, how do you see if a door is locked if you don't touch it? It's not
Jiggle the handle.
That's what makes the noise.
Just lightly.
And the
Yeah,
door was
that's what
set.
she said.
I just said
It
the door
was-
was awkwardly on its hinges, so when you moved the handle, this thing screeched on its hinges. Like it's not moved much, but there must have been like some grit or something in this, in the hinges along the side of this door. They make a screech that, in the silence of the hallway, is alarming.
Yeah, you imagine just a door very poorly hung. You try to jiggle the handle and the whole door moves. That's what happened to you because you got a 10.
That was fate trying as hard as it can to fuck you, but what you were doing was so mundane. The worst I could think of was a noisy hinge.
I half expected like a grenade trap.
No, I really do. Like, I feel like if you tried,
these poor people can afford grenades.
it's more along the lines of if you tried opening a door and a grenade went off, ha ha ha, very funny. But then also it would start the red herring that I'm sure you would then spend a session investigating. Why did someone have a grenade lock in their room? Like, come on, we all know how this goes. I considered I was like, no, they will spend far too long pissing around with this.
It just reminds me of the grenade booby trap that Jet set off and everyone dodged and she tanked the entire thing without taking damage. And just, it's fine, guys.
Yep.
Good times. Alright, sorry.
Yep.
Reminds me of the grenade traps in Fallout 4 in random bathrooms.
Now that makes sense in
I
that
haven't
setting
seen
because
that yet.
everyone's a dickhead.
It's true.
If it happened if this were that saying, there would be no question. Definitely the grenade on that door. But no, this is some dude's house.
I think I found one of those with a mini nuke. It was terrifying.
Wonderful.
Oh god.
Anyway, what do you do now, Etty?
Well, if I can play this cool and channel my inner Pink Panther, at this point, I think I'm just going to slip into the room and try to cut my losses.
You'd slip into the room where the guy is?
No, the room that I attempted to open.
Alright, pick the lock.
Security!
Yep.
And... hold I have a skeleton key. I just want to see what kind of bonus that gives me to do this. Sticks. There's my drugs. Targeter. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Oh, damn. Okay, cool.
Sorry, literally everyone got distracted by that.
Right.
That fucking...
You get a +30 for your skeleton key. Okay, so, yes, you open the door. Well, you unlock the door. You're aware that opening this thing, if just pushing this handle made it like, screech, opening it's probably going to be fucking awful.
I'm just... Keep going, keep not going. Keep going, keep not going. If I play it off now, they might just think it's a miner coming home early. Is that a thing?
I will neither confirm nor deny. Do you know shit about miners? You know shit about the work schedules here? I fucking doubt it.
Would that fall under a common or scholastic lore?
No. I don't think there's a law that relates to I clock in, I clock out.
How about a logic?
You can make a logic test.
Rem, you silly guy.
You don't fucking know.
Fuck it.
For
Go
all
with
you
it.
know, they work until the sun comes back up again.
Really wanted you to get 100 on that roll.
Fuck it. I'm going in.
Alright. The door screeches awfully. It echoes, like, way down in this spire. And when you walk in, you can see that it's a nice enough place in that it isn't a shithole completely. It's very sparsely decorated. There is a table made of... It looks like stone, but only the surface of it. Like, the legs are prefab. Like, the frame underneath is likely prefab. There is a painting on the wall, but it is faded. There's a little sign. Like, if this were a nicer Terran place, you'd expect, like, a cross-stitch on the wall that says, Emperor bless this mess. Like... you're in a very mundane home right now. There are no, like, shoes in the doorway. There's no jacket on a coat rack that's next to you, so you can assume that the person inside isn't there. Which is good, because they would have noticed you trying to break into their fucking house. Well, breaking into their fucking house.
How thin are these walls?
It's a stone building!
Jeez.
Fucking
Like, first you say it's hollow, then you say it's not.
It's hollow in the sense that it's got a road that goes through it, and it's got buildings. Indeed, I believe I used the description, well, it's a stone building with a metal door, so sound doesn't travel particularly well in this thing. What you can grab are some sounds, and you can make a guess what those sounds mean. What makes you think that being inside allows you to hear through stone?
Generally, outer
fuck.
walls are thicker than inner walls.
Not in buildings that are an alleyway of stone, though. I'm sorry. Okay, you're right. I'm being a bit snarky. Maybe I think you're wasting a bunch of time, but that's fine. You make a perception test. Maybe you'll get a 1.
Bloody Mary full of vodka. Holy art thou amongst cocktails.
The walls, they sound very stone to you. Your ears are still ringing a bit, actually, from the sound of the very loud door opening, too. And now back to the rest of you guys. We'll let Etienne figure that out. No, we'll let Etienne figure that one out on his own. Silas, it doesn't take you long to get your belongings unpacked. You know, I imagine your acolyte does not travel with a large suitcase.
Just A duffel bag big enough to carry a disassembled long las in.
Okay. Any change of underwear, or are you just, commando at all times?
You can fit quite a lot of clothes around a disassembled long las, I'm sure.
I know. Always fun.
It's just
Mm.
that's the single biggest item that goes in there, other than possibly the chainsword. I'm not sure how they compare in sizes, to be honest.
Why do you have a chainsword?
Because he's
Because
badass.
I didn't have a choice about it, Rem. I picked assassin. I picked outcast. It gave me a chainsword.
What's Mers gonna do? Not have a chainsword? I mean, come the fuck on. They are cool.
Really, outcasts give you chainswords, dude?
Yeah, that's because the
Yeah.
outcast is badass.
I'd have been happy with like a mono knife or a mono sword, but no, it insisted I had a chainsword.
Yeah,
So
damn
I
right.
have a chainsword.
Yeah, I imagine the chainsword is slightly longer than the long las when it's disassembled. Long las is longer when it's built, but that's a heavy duffel bag you got right there.
It's yeah, probably.
I was gonna say it's not that much, but it's only 2 big weapons.
I mean, to be fair, each of those is like 5-6 pounds.
That baffles me. Has anyone carried
Yeah, but
just a
that's-
chainsaw in real life?
They're actually fairly light.
Yeah, they're not that light. They're only about 3. No,
Okay,
3
well, yeah, no,
pounds.
but are they like leg length?
Yeah.
Well, some small ones are.
Yeah, they're
Some
about
small
there.
ones are only like forearm length.
Yeah.
Okay, we could say that your chainsword is actually, it's shorter than a disassembled long las. Like, it's probably more subtle than the average, I am a badass wielding this motherfucker level of chainsword. Anyway. Yeah, get your stuff unpacked. You heard at some point your other companions sort of like stomping up to their room. The doors are slightly thinner up here. They're like not entryway doors, but they are like they're sturdy at least. They've got little locks on them, and they've got the keypad cards, and the card does have to be pressed to it for a few seconds. It's no just casual rub your hand against it and you're in. It's a sturdy building. It's a nice building. You figure that most things are sturdy if they're going to be on the middle section.
This building's bullshit.
It's pretty good. You're bullshit.
So, there are a couple of important things that he takes from his bag, transfers to under his coat. One of them is the slightly small chainsword. Another is a las pistol. A third is an injector and 2 doses of obscura.
Ooh.
And then he's just going to slip out and start heading south.
Okay then.
Although, actually, did we have a different? Yeah, we got different rooms.
Yes,
Yeah.
you have
See
separated
that.
rooms. Sieg is right next to you, and from the sounds of people like entering their rooms, it sounds like you probably got the Sister of Battle like on your other side, and then the other two have got rooms like right by you, like maybe on the other side of the wall.
Mm.
Obscura, are you talking about the skill?
No, a
No, the
widely
drug.
used though prohibited drug in the Imperium. It produces a pleasant dreamlike state which lasts for a few hours, but then turns into a deep depression once it wears off unless another dose is taken. It's highly addictive and been known to be smoked and injected directly through the bloodstream.
Oof.
Yeah, there's this one drug that gives you like psychic powers for a while. It's great.
I guess
And
it's
then kinda-
spook.
Yeah, spook. I love that.
Good old spook. Yeah, an addictive, highly illegal psychic drug manufactured in Necromunda.
So,
Alright.
actually, he will.
Which means Death World.
Yay.
Actually, he will stop outside Sieghart's room and just gently knock.
Yeah, Sieg was about to step out, so he opens the door for you. He greets you. Hello.
Sieg. No, he would give your false
Yeah.
name, but I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say Sieg, so
Yeah.
you know I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Sieg, I'm heading south after some of those leads. Get to join, or will you keep an eye on our friends?
Something tells me I'd better join you. Just yeah. I think I'm going to follow you.
I'll explain what these colours mean in a bit. Right now, it just looks like a guy with pointy teeth and a weird pig hat.
That's what I thought.
And now he's got a collar. Okay, so
He
this
looks more embarrassed than with pointy teeth.
Oh no! Okay, so this the yellow spire is where you currently are. And I should be moving this red one along a bit. The red square is the first of like the slums, quote unquote, that you were directed to in the south. The orange is like a living sector. Like it makes up a lot of smaller houses, a lot of prefabs, like shipping, and like maybe the odd vehicle and maintenance bit. That's all in the orange area. Like that's generally like just plebeian land. Red's a shithole, but illegal stuff happens there. And purple is like one of the vast like mines there is a crack that this whole city seems to just fall into, and that's where a long set of mining chasms are. And then green is where the main city's logistics spire is.
What's the yellow?
It's the spire you're in right now. So when Silas is saying he's going south, I presume it's to the slums where the dangerous shit is that you heard about, right?
Yes.
Excellent. I will build you like a proper active map, but I'd forgotten that Dark Heresy was a backup thing I'd built, and that it was entirely likely DCL wouldn't be here today, even though he said he would be. So that's just how it goes. I'm not bitter.
DCL ever being in the game again.
I know, right? You don't get to kill actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
College is doing a terrible thing to that Trap's butthole.
I do pronounce chitin as chitin, and Chasm actually I will occasionally call Chasm as well.
I called chitin chitin for the longest time. It wasn't until like streams.
I still think it's called Chitin.
Nope.
I occasionally fall back to Chitin because for years I only ever read it.
Same.
That's true.
It's just a hard habit to break.
Understandable.
Meanwhile, Angela still doesn't know the difference.
I don't think
knows. He just doesn't care.
He just doesn't care at this point.
Oh.
I think half of it is just to piss people off now. Just because it rustles some people's jimmies pretty bad.
Oh yeah, they really should seek unrustlement.
They really should.
Alright, let's see.
Anyways.
Also, 1 second, I forgot I have to alter your subtlety scale.
Oh no.
Do we get any more influence?
Influence doesn't happen until later on. You haven't done any. You like influence. How much influence is gained or lost is modified by an action happening, and at the action, like at the time, how subtle are you being?
I gotcha. Carry on.
Yep. And so Silas, you're headed south. Sorry, you were looking towards Sieg as well.
Yeah, me. We're going south to follow some of the leads.
Aye.
Yeah.
Morrigan, Scythia, you're aware that Etienne hasn't been around for a while.
Yeah.
I presume that I have gotten all my shit packed away.
Yeah, you probably have like the quick. Even though you might have the most shit, you probably have the quickest dress down time because you're a soldier. Clunk, clunk, plunk. Next to Seacart, but Seacart probably finished first just because of less shit.
Alrighty. Fuck. I was kind of hoping that we'd all be doing this as a group, but yep, it's my turn now.
Well, no, you
And
since you
mine.
finished so quickly, you could try to follow them out. Like, on the other side of the door, people are going out of their rooms.
Okay. I will leave my room then. I'm still gonna have like my all my combat gear with me, but I'm still gonna have that big old cloak on.
Hey, Silas, this is the first time you've seen Morrigan dressed in something resembling subtleness. Aren't you proud?
I am.
I said Silas.
Silas, you were
Cynthia,
there when I put
you
on
were
the
there when she put on the robe.
Anyways, so I'm
What?
gonna...
You're capable of learning?
Okay.
You've been around him for a while. You know Silas.
Yeah. I'm just gonna the same huff of indignation that Skeza gets. Forever be known as a Skeza huff. So, so shall we try to investigate our leads? I would prefer we go after the possible witch. Witch. You guys probably would have seen like when they mentioned that possible Sinetians, her just eyes started gleaming.
Yep.
One idea, certainly.
I'm saving that one.
Any other suggestions?
Well, Morrigan recommended go after person, but Silas was
Yeah.
intent on the south. So you already know that there are two possible routes.
Yeah.
Jacob's 4-3. Yeah. Bork.
Certainly, he may be involved, but I suspect that there will be a middleman. And the middleman will be a more important concern.
If there is a witch among the Emperor's flock, he must be killed.
Then go and gather our witch and do it.
That's fine. We can manage 3 detections in a row. All right. So Morrigan, presumably then you want to be handed the list that I think Silas is the one who is actually holding onto it, the name of the possible witch, and you know that if she was working at this spire over here, this big green, like the logistics spire, as one of the people moving shit into carts on one of the days the tithes went missing.
We really need like a leader, and it really can't be the Battle Sister.
I mean,
She's a different kind of leader.
I thought.
I can
thought
be
it was
a.
Silas.
I can pretend to be a leader occasionally.
Yeah,
I honestly thought it was
I've
gonna be
been
Arbiter.
I thought it was
trying.
gonna be.
I've been trying to get the Arbiter to take charge, but have also basically just ended up taking charge.
Yeah, I really thought the Arbiter would take charge.
He's trying, but he's currently in the middle. He's deeply embroiled in an important case.
Yeah, but a leader doesn't take charge by disappearing and then rustling through someone's house for like 2 hours.
Hey,
That's not your job.
I went into panic mode, and I thought breaking into someone's house for stealth reasons would be a good idea.
Alright, so the other 2 groups presumably go their separate
Anyway.
ways.
No.
You going together?
I'm actually gonna. Morgan will say, "It is best that we do not split our numbers. To do so would further weaken the whole. If you are insistent upon your path, then I will aid you.
Okay.
But the
While
witch
you
must be killed."
may have disguised your regalia somewhat, you are still not of the sort that will fit.
Fit?
If we go where where the two of us had intended to go with the four of us, you'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Even so, should you not have at least some backup? There are tactics where I can simply wait outside of the purview of your investigation.
And I simply propose that rather than you just waiting when we can handle ourselves if something does occur, you go and do something that you are far more suited to. Go
Very well.
find a witch and beat him until he cries for the Emperor's mercy.
Wait, is it?
We do not
Scythia?
suffer witches to live.
Is it Scythia Isaker?
Yes.
Yep.
Where-
And
where's-
you should probably not call a sanctioned psyker a witch. Because
I'm not.
witches are
Not in the Emperor. I mean, use Scythia to help hunt down the Psyker.
Yep, I know. I'm just saying that, like, according to the lore, witch is something that is like an insult and like a heretic.
Yeah, you call her the Suka Bilat of psychers.
Pork. Sorry.
Your dog is sensitive to Russian.
Anyways, so, fuck. What was my train of thought? Oh yeah, psychers are just called psychers. Calling them a witch is like, anyways, it doesn't matter. So, Scythia, Morgan will turn to you. Well, shall we hunt ourselves a witch?
Yeah.
So, so a sanctioned psyker and a witch and a sister of battle walk into a bar. All right, can I get the deets for that then? Does
Yeah. Silas was the one given the pad with like the I guess what would I call it even? It's like a shipping warehouse, I suppose, where like fucking huge ships come by. You didn't see one at the time because you would definitely have seen one like hanging out next to the spire. So there's nothing being loaded right now, so far as you're aware, but that could change at any time because spaceships are quick.
And Morgan will update Etienne on what they're doing.
All right then, and now we will Batman swoosh back over to Etienne. So Etienne, you're in some poor guy's house that you've broken into. The walls still sound like stone. What do?
Mistakes have been made.
At least you're aware.
Is there anything I can find in here to grease the hinges so I can maybe get back out and salvage this situation?
You want to give me a chance, die? 1d10.
I mean,
we're gonna go with 1d. We're gonna go with 1d10. The fucking like, I don't want to give you 1 in 4 odds of not fucking this up. I don't feel like I don't feel like you've earned 1d4. Okay, so you could try and very obviously steal someone's like foodstuffs, like maybe like cooking butter or something.
Look, I have no problem larding up someone's store hinges.
If they're poor, then they're going to take all like the grease and put it into a tin can and fill it with lard. That's what we used to do.
Yeah, this isn't the poorest place I've ever been in. So it's like it's actually usable for cooking. Like it's not the fucking grossest stuff ever, but it's not.
Look,
it's not excellent.
All I'm looking for is a used grease tin.
All right, yeah, you can. Yeah, you find some cooking grease. It takes like a good 5 minutes to slather in before you think you got the joints all properly done, and when you push open the door, it doesn't fucking screech horribly on its hinges this time. You estimate that you've used enough grease to like cook 20 meals with, but you know, whatever.
We're talking used cooking grease, right?
Well, I mean, used cooking grease is reusable. Just because it was used for cooking doesn't mean it isn't delicious.
Well, I can happily say I did someone a favor.
However you want to make yourself sleep at night. You stole someone's cooking implements after breaking into their house to accomplish fucking nothing. Is what we're taking away from this. So not only did you break in, you just fucking stole fat and crammed it into their door hinges.
You could have just left.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't say you closed the door or anything behind you. You just walked in. You could have just walked through the open door and maybe just left it open at least. But hey, that means you only heard the screech once. You would have actually been in the clear to just fucking close the door, maybe. Oh well.
I think I'm gonna go home now.
Alright. Etienne, as you're like walking back up to the hostel after having gone all the way around, you can see that Silas and Sieg are like headed towards the stairs down the spire again. And you can see that Morrigan and Scythia are headed in like vaguely in your direction. They're probably gonna grab a shuttle from that pad you saw further down. To the other guys, you probably see him as you're both crossing ways with fucking just smears of grease all over one of his hands. You know.
Is it at least the mechanical hand?
No. It's like a mechanical hand is a hard surface. It's really hard to like cram grease into like cracks and stuff when like a finger squidges, like, you know.
You know, if I pull this shit off again, I give you permission to change my token to Inspector Clouseau.
Alright, excellent. Yeah, consider this the first of 3 strikes to before you get crusoed.
Okay. I might have figured out that someone was tailing us.
Sorry, who are you saying this to?
Presumably the whole group. I think you're all still like there at the crossroads. You all get to witness this failure on his part.
I just like to think that like Morgan pulls up in a shuttle. Get in, faggot. We're going witch hunting.
And then he gives you like the hitchhiker's thumb, but it's all smeared with fat.
So, how was everyone else's night?
Oh, headaches from the warp. Ugh.
Well, at least you
The
did
warp's
something
really
productive.
thick around here.
At least you did something productive.
Am I back?
Welcome back.
Anyways.
So yeah, my night's been, looks at his hand. Not particularly eventful.
Come, we're hunting a
Does anyone
witch.
Does anyone have a towel?
Morgan will hand you a towel that she produces from somewhere in her robes.
Or I can just walk it on the side, wipe it on the side of the building.
I'm just gonna give you a towel. You know, my wipe off the blood of the heretic towel. You can see some, like, old stains.
You know, I made this guy to be serious.
Oh, man. Alright, what's the link?
I guess he just kind of hangs his head in shame and is going.
Which group are you going with? You going witch hunting, or are you going with
Fine.
basically our two rogues are taking off, and this is a party with a warrior, 2 rogues, the mage, and you're the skill monkey. So who are you going with? We're splitting the
what are
party.
we doing now?
The rogues don't want the warrior with them, so they're sending the warrior and the mage off alone to go fight a witch. Do you want to come witch hunting?
It's not a complicated question, Etienne.
Yeah, and technically, I'm talking about your roles. You're an assassin. You're a witch hunter. You're an assassin. You're a rogue. You can have a background of being in the military. You can still be wet work. Anyways, all right. So Etienne, are you coming?
Yes.
With who?
I don't know. Dark McScary over there and his sidekick Boomstick.
All right. Well,
Silas and Seagard at it again.
then move yourself over to where they are.
We are.
So we can make
Sounds
sense
good.
of what
What?
groups.
Alright, so Inspector Crusoe has joined the Space Cops.
When I nodded at you, I also nodded at her. That was to indicate that you should go with her.
Oh, oh, this is high school all over again.
Yeah, he fucked up his first impressions really hard and now no one wants him around.
Fuck you.
Although if you keep from falling inside of a servitor's intestines, as I can only assume is what just happened, you can come with us.
I flip you the mechanical bird as I go with the psyker and the psychopath.
So we got Mr. Spoopy and
Yeah,
Boomstick,
I'm a
and we got
psyker.
Psychopath.
I'm by default also a psychopath.
You're a psychopath. It's different.
Exactly.
You're only default levels of crazy.
Yeah.
She is just on a constant one-woman jihad.
Before this all goes to shit, I want to point out that I did try not to split the party. So let's go.
Yep. I can't wait. It's fine. I can manage 2 groups at once. It's just, 3 groups at once when one of those groups is like the endless pratfall.
Damn it!
It's fine. Etienne
It's not getting
successfully degreases.
Just wait till I start shooting people in the face.
Yeah, come with this group. We're gonna make our own group. Blackjack and hookers. Actually, forget the blackjack and hookers. Only the emperor.
Yep.
For the love of God, don't let my character be the leader of this group.
Look, I'm trying to be leaderish.
And I can't lead for shit.
Alright. Then I've put you in basically your walking orders too. I think Silas has better eyes than Sieg, yes? Because if
I
anything
think
goes to
so as
shit,
well.
yeah, if anything goes to shit, I make these people do their awareness tests first before anyone else. So it is kind of important how you go down streets. You could all say, like, we're in a trio next to each other. I will totally allow that, but by default, you guys probably travel in, like, a squad, maybe like a 2 and a 1 or a 2, whatever, as opposed to a fucking straight line, like someone with one of those twin baby carriages that go sideways and take up the whole fucking road. Those ones. You probably don't do that, because you're not assholes with a bunch of screaming poop machines.
Yeah, I assume we walk something like this.
Yeah,
It's like
okay, cool.
diagonal.
Yeah, it's not. You're not literally conga lining, but you're likewise not going to be side by side taking up the streets of anywhere you walk. Okay, excellent. You both go your separate ways. We've got group 1 who are in the slums, and then we've got you guys shuttling over to the other spire. Etienne, you went around this way before, by the way, because getting back to where the getting to the shuttle side is on the right of this spire. It wasn't too far from where you cut down that alleyway. You can even see as you go down, to the left. There's the same hallway, judging you, and then further up ahead is the shuttle pad. At the shuttle pad is a single attendant and then a particularly old-looking servitor. And, in this setting, old usually means good, because if it's a new-looking servitor, it's probably gonna fucking break.
Unless it's like gold plated, then it's also great.
Yeah, no, there's no gold in this. There's also it's not got any of like the orc concepts painted onto it either. You don't get Gestalt servitors. But you know. The attendant looks up your group. So, madams, how can I help you? Where are you looking to go to?
My silence is a chance for you to take charge before you get battle sistered.
Yeah, we were going back to the slums. Like, out of
No.
character, we're going back to the slums right here.
They're going to the slums. You guys are going to this spire over here. The other spire with the industrials and the, like, warehouses and shit.
We would like travel to that spire over there.
Yeah, of course. Let's see. It's non-peak, and that'll be half credit.
Hey.
Yeah, it's cheap. You suspect that if you were a large working group, there'd be no charge to shuttle from A to B, but right now he's like, fucking, I have to do a shuttle for 2 people. So yeah, half a credit.
Hey!
And you climb in. The shuttle is not as nice as the ones that do orbital travel, but actually it does look like it could probably make it to orbit in a pinch. It wouldn't be the funnest ride at all, and you'd probably have to push a lot of engines really hard, but it's capable. But obviously this is more intended for like surface travel.
So what you're saying is that all you need to do is shout at it with a Shia LaBeouf, just do it, and it might be able to make outer.
Yeah. If you do the tech priest, just do it hard enough, you'll fucking get there. But yeah, there is a rudimentary taxi program on this thing. There is a driver's seat, but you can see that it's got the belts for it already shut closed. There's no individual, and there's just a program that runs. The taxi driver will just lean in. You can see where he's hitting the switch. It sets it to automated, and then the screen locks. You can see right above it is an emergency like handle release. It will just make this thing break. He points that out. It's like that whole like typical spiel that he does to newcomers, like, you know, should anything go wrong, which it won't, but should anything go wrong, pull that handle, it will stop and lower itself gently. Please do not pull the handle unless it's an absolute emergency. There is a fine involved. And then off we go. Whereas for you guys, you're on the staircase down the spire again. It's probably a nice view on the way down because you can see everything laid out before you. The slums below you aren't a pretty sight, but beyond them is like the next chasm where you can see other mining operations. Although judging by the fact you haven't got like that lots of ants moving perception of people down there busy at work, it's probably not a currently active vein. There is off to the distance a pool of, it looks like water. It reflects the moonlight at least. Moon's light, I suppose, because there are plurals up in the sky right now. And you know, it is a long walk down. It was a long walk up. That's just how stairs work in this setting. But getting to the slums itself after this isn't hard. There are a couple of the rudimentary buildings you saw beforehand, made of prefabs, but they're re-maintained prefabs. And then there is, it's like stepping into another world, like rudimentary prefab, rudimentary prefab, rudimentary prefab, and then it's like the string with clothes hanging across it, and then there's steam coming out of a vent somewhere, and suddenly it's like you're on one of the busiest hive worlds, but everything just smells like minerals. There are, unlike the rest of the buildings as well, where, like, you know, miners are not around right now because they're off doing their work, there are plenty of people hanging around here. You can see a bunch of them are, like, less than savory individuals, but there are also a bunch that you would assume are lame, so they can't work. They just sort of sat there with, like, a bowl next to them for credits to be tossed into. They've all got the tired, blank faces of the exhausted. And can you make an awareness test for me, please?
This including me?
This would be the trio group, yes. Sorry, this is the duo, Silas and Seacart. You guys are in a shuttle.
For some reason I got confused, thought it was us.
Nope, you're in a shuttle.
See?
You don't get to see shit.
Is this a fairly crowded area or an enclosed space?
It's very claustrophobic down here. Very hive-worldy.
Just off.
Just off. Wait, you
Yeah.
put in 30 minus 20 plus 20.
Oh, yeah.
So surely that's your target goes 30 plus 20. That's a 50. So you do make it? Yes?
I'm not. I don't know why I'm not trained in awareness, but apparently I'm not trained.
Oh,
in
you're not
awareness.
trained at all. Okay, never mind then.
And then I just get a bonus to awareness instead of credit area.
Instead of actually having it trained. So when you get it trained, you'll have a fucking sick awareness. That's nice.
Yeah.
But right now, yeah, okay. It's I guess it's just distracting walking into another world like this. There are a lot of colours and sights and miserable-looking individuals. To say that there is a route you can take is an understatement. You could just branch off like in any direction. It's like every way you walk is a different seedy alleyway you're cutting into. Like no, there's no main thoroughfare. There's just thoroughfares, plural. People crowding up hallways and travel points, and the prefabs around here are less well maintained.
Seedy alleyways, Etienne's worst enemy.
I'm going to roll common law underworld to try to find anything that looks like an actually semi-organized gang.
Okay, go for it.
Any modifiers?
You're new to this setting, so right now it's +0. You don't know anyone, but you've done this kind of shit before.
Okay.
Do you want to use one of your point things, or are you just going to try and wing it? This is a reminder to all of you, fate points do exist. They won't undo chance, but they will change other things. What I'm saying is there is no way that Etienne could have gotten out of the shit situation he put himself in. But, you know.
I tried!
I do actually have 3, so yeah, I'll spend one.
Cool.
To be fair, if everything worked out, it would have been okay, but yeah.
It didn't, and it was funny. Alright, yeah,
if
you
that
just buy
10
a
was
degree
a 1, it would have been awesome.
Yep, it would have been great. Well, I mean, even before then, if you just hadn't been seen following this guy.
I don't care about the 10. It's a 10 to look at, a shitty door with, in someone's house.
Yeah, even if it
was
didn't
the
screech.
failure to shadow.
Yeah, even if this door didn't screech, it wouldn't have changed the fact that you were pointlessly going into some dude's house.
It wasn't pointless.
It was pointless.
And now he has a much less squeaky door.
See,
Much
helping.
greasier fingernails, I guess. Okay,
Thus
so
strives the low... Oh, sorry.
yeah,
Never
moving
mind.
on. Silas, as I say, you don't really know anyone here, but you know someone who does, and they're all around you. You can pick the least addled-looking tramp, perhaps, and ask around like where are the gangs at, that kind of thing. So, go ahead. I leave the role playing of this in your hands.
So, yeah, Silas will approach a reasonably unadult-looking tramp. Not the least adult-looking tramp, because that's like actually kind of suspicious. The very least one.
Yeah, it is true.
Emperor's blessings on you.
The Emperor hasn't blessed me in a long old time. And then he, lifts one of his legs. It looked like he had crossed legs, but then you realise that he's just missing one below the knee.
Well, perhaps I might, if you can tell me who might bless me, looking for who's actually in charge around here, not bureaucrats. I know I don't give a damn about this part of the city, but someone does. And I
That's
wanna
for
know
sure.
who.
They say if one of the groups around here didn't throw around at least some kind of flaunt, then the bureaucrats would have had this whole place plowed to the ground and rebuilt again. So, you new here, friend?
I knew and thinking that might be running low on thrones.
Oh, you're even after thrones, huh? Alright. Alright.
Doesn't have to be thrones if you can get enough credits to not turn anymore.
I see. I see. Okay then. So you're looking for like I'll make a guess. Fancy looking folk like you after one of the gangs, huh? Maybe looking to do something a little bit less legitimate? Hmm? There's like a glimmer of intelligence in the back of this dude's eyes.
Let's suppose you're right.
Alright. Then someone who done supposing I'm right would maybe grace these palms with a few credits so he could eat. How about that?
Well, money first. Fine. Can respect that.
Thank you.
And he'll hand over 5 credits or so.
Excellent, yep. So, that's mighty generous of you. And you can barely see him, like, hold the credits. Like, he accepts them into his hand, he puts his hands together, and then the credits just aren't there when he next opens his hands up again, and he goes back to, like, leaning on his own chin. He goes, alright then, so I guess. Let's see here. There are a couple of runners down in this street. I say street. I mean that one over there, and he'll point to like a shit alleyway that's a couple of possible turnings down. Now they say the pushers over there, they work for a particularly big guy. Not very nice, but he at least runs this section of the slums. There's like the one over that yonder, and he'll point like just vaguely in the direction of east. Like, that's run by another fella, but you probably don't want to go and see him. At least that's if it's a him. He's one of those people who like to be all mysterious and shit. No, this guy here, he's quick to anger and he's a real fucking brute, but at least you can tell what he's thinking. Now, you go down that street and you see one of his pushers, and then you tell that pusher that you want to do a little bit of business. I take it you want to do a little bit of business in the big quotes, and he does do an air quote with his free hand. And he'll ask if you're for real. And then you'll probably have to prove yourself to him, because he won't take you to him for no fucking reason, but, you prove you can walk the walk, I'm sure he'll go set you up.
All right. Thanks for your time.
No problem. These credits buy me a little bit more of my own time, I suppose. Heck, maybe I'll find myself a nice whore.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, maybe I'll just find a whore that won't make my dick fall off. You have a good one. And then he'll lean back. Alright. Okay. A couple further down the alleyway then, and you can make out who... You're pretty sure who he means. He's got still a very raggedy set of clothes, but there is a messenger bag over one of his shoulders, and like tied around to the bag strap is like a strip of cloth that it's in a very distinct, like shockingly purple color. Like it's probably a gang color. This is their gang's color. It's like around the wrapping of his bag, and you can see that it makes up like a cloth. I would call it a headband. Like it's rested down on his forehead, and there's like purple cloth wrapping around the front portion of it, and you can see that it goes underneath a greasy mop of like rough grey hair. The guy himself appears to be in his 20s. He's still got like the beginnings of a beard going on, like he just hasn't shaved in a week or so. His eyes are shadowed and wired, and you've probably seen this before. He's probably a pusher who gets to experience a little bit of his own product, but probably not too much. Wasn't your call.
So, Silas, are we sure these are the type of people that are capable of just getting some cut, if you know what I mean?
Maybe, maybe not. Hard to say from just the street muscle.
I suppose. Sorry.
From what that tramp said maybe it's that other slum that we should be interested in.
Yeah, that seems
It's closer to
who might be able to do it.
indeed.
Or
Who knows? Alright then. Yeah. I will quickly jump over to the other guys in their shuttle. I'll give you some time to think about your queries, etc. The shuttle ride isn't a long one. I mean, it is a shuttle. It is, if only barely with a lot of work, space worthy. It's quick enough to get you there in a few moments. And when it pulls up in front of the taxi port, just looking at this spire, you can see that it is way busier. Like there are people walking around. Like it is an active spire. It's ever so slightly larger than the other one. You don't see as many buildings or homes built into the walls here. Like the 3 levels of like the floor, the middle, and the top are more spread out. And their walls of them are dominated by what appears to be really long warehouses with like prefab built into the very surface of this spire, and long like gangplanks that stick out of this, like just a bunch of metal lattice work.
Okay. While on, does the shuttle have any other people in it?
This was just you guys in the shuttle.
All right. Morgan will be checking over her weapons then.
As I say, no, it's not a long journey. You just, this is what you see as you approach, is that it is a busier spire, and then bam, you're there. It's another taxi pad like the other. There's no one else at this pad right now, so whoever is here doing shit is there because they've already got everything they want or need.
All right. What do you suggest, Arbiter? How do we go about hunting down this witch? Rem?
You said be
Oh,
right back.
Rem's
buddy.
fucking mutant. Rem's fucking muted. Fuck. Well, we're getting sistered.
All right.
Winter, do something.
We'll go back to the Silas show then until Etienne returns. So, how do you talk to this street tough?
To be honest, I want to take a couple more minutes to talk with Seek.
Okay, go ahead.
That's okay.
Yeah.
So, I have some ideas, but to be honest, most effective of them want that damn bitch on the backup. But,
out of character, I don't think I understood or heard you correctly. All I heard was Vince bitch on the backup.
yeah, I have some ideas, but the most effective ones, I would want the bitch on backup.
Oh, okay. Just run up and beat the guy down for info, basically, or try and intimidate him.
No.
Oh, big scary woman.
Yeah, she's a big scary woman. She also has flak armor, a laser rifle, and willingness to die for the Emperor. Want her, so I
You
would
don't
want her
have
in
a
a position
willingness
to
to
run in if she was wanted.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say my character is also dressed in flak armor and carries a flak gun, and he does have a slight, albeit a small one, slight tendency to die for the Emperor. The fact that he's alive.
Next card. The only reason you haven't died for the Emperor is because you got lucky.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's close.
Yeah, well, this is entirely out of character.
Yeah, I
I
know.
consider the Sister of Battle much more expendable.
You suck.
To be fair, she sort of set herself up as a ticking time bomb. My character
I didn't
does.
set up shit. I am playing Sister of Battle exactly
know.
how Sister, because she doesn't
Strength.
really have any field experience.
Yeah.
Literally culled from
That's-
the graduating class.
That's entirely fair. You're playing her absolutely right.
Mhm.
It's just kind of means that she's probably not actually going to make it that long.
I just
well,
want her to survive long enough to become, an actual experienced Sister of Battle who are like way more chill and not as just kind of pants on head.
Yeah.
But when coming from a shrine world right into like the temple on Holy Terra, yeah, I can't justify not playing her like this.
You got to get that. You got to spend time getting
That is
unsticking the ass.
fine, Stray.
yeah.
Slowly working out the giant stick. I'm working on it. She actually had a beer, guys.
She had a beer.
Just
Well, it's called beer.
She
Yeah,
just
it's
had
called
really
beer.
messy
Don't-
water.
just don't blame me for valuing the person who is already somewhat discreet more than the person who may one day become somewhat discreet.
No, I'm just mostly kidding around.
The reason in the first place she's an acolyte is because someone has assumed that she's got what it takes to unstick the ass.
Yeah, it's basically she has the capacity to, unlike every other Sister of Battle that exists.
You got the
Anyways,
power.
sorry. Though I am kind of sad that because I'm just used to playing characters. No matter what I play, I usually play characters with a lot of skills, even if they're fighters, rogues, mages, whatever. Not having a lot of them just kind of makes me sad.
I'm used to being the exact opposite of a skill monkey, so I'm right on track.
This is right out of my wheelhouse. That's why I decided to play one.
Yeah.
My wheelhouse would usually either be tech priests or sniper or healer. Anyways,
I saw Remy come back. Scout,
Yeah.
did you want to?
I don't even really have a wheelhouse.
Oh, I'll let you guys finish your conversation, then we'll swap back to them when you're about to go up to Gangmen.
All I know is that magic is well outside it. My wheelhouse, that is.
hey Merzendi, you're melee, right?
Yeah.
Did you take that talent that means that they don't get a bonus for ganging up on you in melee?
Not yet, but I will eventually. For now, I took the talent that reduces their dodge chance.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I'm just saying you really should get that because that looks pretty friggin' sweet.
I will eventually, I'm sure.
Alright.
So what? Okay. What do you exactly have a play-by-play plan for how to deal with the tough, or are we just gonna try and weak it? Because that sounds pretty.
I have a plan for the tough. Yes, we talk. We try to set up a meeting with this boss. We do whatever little bit of work suggests. But yeah, we're good for it. But by the time we were meeting with this boss, I'd feel more comfortable if there was someone waiting to come rushing in with a las rifle.
Yeah, good point. I see what. Okay. All right. I think I see the plan a lot better now. Okay. All right. Now, what's the best? Now, what do you think's the best way to get him to set up the deal? I'm pretty sure he gets plenty of guys that, hey, I'm tough. I want to join your gang. Enough already. We need to sort of. Well, we already stand out.
How many of them come with a dose of obscura, but might be happy to find its way into his stock? Purest outside of Necromunda.
I'm willing to bet not many. I'm not.
Now the question is, how do we drop that in without making it look like we're a damn setup?
He just goes, yeah, that's the thing. There's the rub. Maybe after we talk about going and icing some dudes for him, because I doubt anyone willing to set it up would just go and ooh, great, nice map.
Thank you. Figured I would put that together properly for you all.
Hey.
There we are.
Hello.
Yep.
So you can actually see everything properly.
Yep. And me and Merzindi are somewhere in this area?
You are currently in purple.
Okay, in this area. All right, and this is the person who is all mysterious and quiet?
Correct. I'm going to say, I put these towers in just because you guys who travel to shipping and maintenance, you probably would have seen these. Like, they stood out apart from the rest of the shitty living areas, as in, like, they are stone cubic buildings, and there aren't any other, like, buildings surrounding them. Like, it's a cleared out space with these two things. They don't stick up anywhere near as tall as a spire, but they're about 6 stories tall each. Very cubic in build, and they've got some signs sort of scratched into them. Well, I say scratched. They were probably carved into them, but weather has made that look nice. Less nice, sorry. Anyway, yes. Continue.
Yeah, so I think it would be more. So I think we should start out suggesting we ice someone or several someones first, and then maybe move into we carry drugs on us and offer them. Because most people go with the first one because that's much simpler, much cleaner, as they say.
Much simpler, much cleaner. That doesn't get you into an inner circle very quickly.
No.
We need an almost meteoric rise. Anyway, I think that your plan's good enough for now. See how well it fares, shall we?
Honestly, I think we might be looking at the wrong group. These people seem like the casual, everyday slum drug lords. Like,
yes,
they might be able to take a few, but it's the ones that they describe as being shifty and quiet that you should always.
And when there are two gangs this close to each other, little neutral zone between them, they know a lot about each other. We might be able to ask this lot about the other lot.
And try and get... You can tell a lot about a guy by his enemies.
Exactly.
So, what you're getting at is you're gonna do some drug smuggling while we were trying to figure out exactly where these ties have been going.
No, you're just going after random mooks while we're trying to find the people that are employing the random mooks.
Mm-hmm. Because the mooks are not... We're trying it from two completely different angles, pretty much.
I'm trying it from the angle where Sister of Battle heard there was a witch. No one said that we shouldn't go after the witch. They just said, yeah, just go after it with your psyker.
I mean, just on the off chance, there's 3 of them, and there's no doubt one of those 3 I just hope this. We might suggest it went after you kill the witch, and he doesn't, and he isn't connected at all to one of these two gangs or any gang anywhere on the planet. He's just a poor psyker.
Honestly, I'm just glad that Etienne ended up coming with us, because a Justicar would be able to like follow clues. A psyker and a sister standing around the corpse of a witch, just like, well, we did that. Let's go home. We did it.
Dog completed the job. Oh, fuck.
Like, okay, Etienne went with this group because they looked like they needed help. He was not aware that they were just going on a fucking witch hunt.
Literally said she was hunting a witch.
Literally had that.
Well, I wasn't aware there's like the fucking torch and pitchfork kind of hunt.
She just graduated from the
our plan, so you guys can see how your witch hunt goes now.
Yeah.
No. Well, the thing is
she
now
just graduated from Divinity Military School.
She's
And
right full of Jesus juice.
And I'm gonna tell you how a fucking witch hunt goes down in real fucking life. You don't burn them at the stake. You kick them in the teeth and point a gun at their head until they give you the information that you want.
And then they sign their name on the paper that says, yes, I'm a heretic, even though I'm not, and then you kill them.
yeah.
There is literally a thing where it says Sisters of Battle make poor actual Inquisitors because they tend to kill their targets. I am playing exactly how a neophyte Sister of Battle would work. I'm depending on you to make it not happen.
Yeah.
If I had a rubber bullet, I would shoot you by now.
Wonderful.
No, I'm relying on we are relying entirely on Etienne's ability to rein in the Sister of Battle, at least until after the supposed psyker, gives up any info he has or may not has, and then be smart enough to then direct the Sister's holy wrath against the other two poor sods.
Okay. All I'm asking you to do is temporarily not be you. All I'm asking,
saying that to a Sister of Battle.
All I'm asking is for y'all to just follow my lead.
And this is
And
entirely
not-
all out of character. Can we please just get on with it and then,
Yes,
find out what happens
you.
then?
Thank you. Alright, excellent. As I was saying anyway, getting off the shuttle, it's like the shuttle journey itself is quick as fuck. You do see these noble towers as you go overhead. The taxi, the taxi system of the shuttle, though, appears to be quite content to send you on a beeline to this portion over here. It appears to be like a holding pen for shipping and receiving. This spire is active. There are people walking around, people doing their jobs. You can see servitors. You can see, like, I think you can probably see just an Ogren carrying a huge fucking crate. And he's taking it from one warehouse to the other, where there were houses making up the majority of the living spire. There are buildings in the wall of this one, but they are warehouses, and there are like platforms and shit jutting out of them. You can also see what's appear to be smaller buildings, but they have a very officey look to them. They look miserable, is definitely a way to describe it. You can, when the shuttle finally arrives at the taxi point, you climb out and no one appears to give a single shit. It parks itself in its appropriate position and you're free to walk into this main spire. Can everyone please give me an awareness test?
Yes.
Alright.
That thing I'm totally great at. Look at me.
Thing I'm actually good at.
Look at the other two of you. Wonderful. Alright, Morgan, this place smells funny.
Okay, Morgan. All I'm asking you to do, just follow my lead.
Nothing has even happened yet. This is out of character knowledge bleeding into your thing. You asshole, how dare you?
Etienne, Scythia, when you arrive, although you don't appear to attract common attention, there are at least like a few interested parties. They're a little bit better dressed than everyone. In fact, I believe like two of them have two different sets of insignias on their person. You can't really make out what they are from just the landing platform, but they aren't running away anywhere in that like I'm being tailed fashion. As for other things you might notice, there are signs, like particularly one laid up right in front of this taxi area that's like, this is the taxi area, and then another one that sort of points to local arbite office, and another one that points to what was it? Psycho evaluation. Well, I say psycho evaluation, it just says psych evaluation, but you assume because it's spelled with a K that they mean psycho as opposed to having a therapist heal your mental boo-boos.
Why not both?
Well, the psych evaluation office probably does have a qualified therapist, but it's not like anyone's ever going to use a qualified therapist in the grimdark future of Warhammer 40k.
And the thing you were gone for, and the thing that I asked, was because Morgan does know her flaws, believe it or not, and literally asked Etienne what he wanted to do because he was the arbiter here.
Yep. Well, Arbiter, you're looking for an individual who is a possibly unconfirmed possible psyker. Well, they're doing a witch hunt, but that's because that's one of the targets. You do have 2 other names, and they apparently worked on this spire on the day of the tithe, and they stood out as being strange. And they're all interesting people, in the sense that they are interesting because one is perfectly clean, one is a jacked up old military dude, and the other one is a wet work possible psychic.
Okay.
Like, it's obvious that your sister of battle has her dander up about hunting the possible witch, which, is just an unconfirmed psychic who was working on the day of the thing. Like, that's all that you've actually got to go on.
Okay.
And I really did. I'm trying to help. Yeah, she did ask what you wanted to do, how you wanted to hunt these people down. She is mostly interested in the psyker, but is turning it over to that person whose job this is.
Right.
Alright.
I accidentally deleted an entire thing of notes. God damn it. Fuck my life.
Here's how I think we should possibly go about this. I would try to look for Mr. Lasalle and Mrs. Terra first. Cynthia, while we're looking for them, if you can possibly just keep your little psychic dar, keep that going, and if we can find Mr. Fothery, that'd be pretty alright. And especially if you can try to ping off him and see whether or not he is actually psychic. That would also be appreciated. But
it wouldn't be easier for Scythia to just track a possible psyker on this spire. That's for sure.
Yeah, and on top of that, when you open up to try to find someone else, they also can see you. But before we do that, I accidentally Control Z to get rid of something that I accidentally erased, so erase the entire thing. So I'm rewriting. What was the hotel called? The Open Armor or Open Armorer?
Yeah.
Open Arm.
And then in brackets. I'll just pray it.
Oh, okay.
I have your old notes still here from the session 0, untouched, which I'm going to make just a safety copy of.
Yeah, and I deleted all the things that I did for notes for this session except for Merzendi, so I'm rewriting everything right now.
Cool.
While I'm still sober enough to do so.
Correct. Good idea.
I say sober, but...
Enough. Sober enough. Capable. You can type things. Give it a go, I believe. Alright. So where do you want to start with trying to find these people?
What? Is there happen to be a shipping foreman or anything?
There are a number of offices around. You can try and find one that correlates to the right maintenance place. Like, every maintenance warehouse, like if you start traveling around the spire, both up and down it, have associated, like, maintenance warehouse numbers, and there are shipping and receiving warehouse numbers and all that stuff. You know what warehouse these individuals are working out of, so you could find that warehouse's particular foreman. you can see I've already put some red dots. Like, you arrived at that bottom left one, which is the quickest way to the Arbite and the Psych Eval. It's just a walk around the spire to get to the place you're after. These yellow lines, by the way, are ones that go into and then out of the spire again. Like, this one, like, they're not hollow in the exact same places. They can just be reached these ways. They were probably like adjusted natural seams going through them more than people specifically wanted these awkwardly shaped lines. So they're just making the most of it.
I suppose we should go to the offices for the particular for the particular foreman that we're trying to look for. Does anyone have any disagreement with that?
If we are looking for someone in particular, should we not consult the local Arbite's office?
Yeah.
Well, it's either the Arbiters, which may look a bit suspicious if we walk into the Arbiter's office, or we go to the foreman.
Aren't both of them equally suspicious? Walking into a foreman or walking into, an Arbiter station, which you are? It is up to you, Arbiter. You have more experience in this field, after all.
Hey. I will assume we'll go with Etienne's original plan then. Let's have a look here. Scythia, you're having like a harder time of like the white noise here. Can you do just a base willpower test? You are welcome to also try a Psyniscience and reach out if anyone is trying to reach to you, and that's what might be causing this.
Is there a penalty on Psyniscience?
There is a natural -5 right now, and then also the larger you want to broadcast that Psyniscience, the more penalties I'll put on you. Its base is -5, but it will get harder. But right now, willpower first, then Psyniscience. And willpower there isn't a -2, because that's just how naturally tough of mind you are.
A -2, you said?
Oh my god.
Oh, a negative.
5, bro.
-5.
No, to willpower first. There's no negative to your willpower, because you're just naturally tough.
Oh,
Ooh, I was wrong. You are not naturally tough.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can re-roll?
Yeah, I might as well do that.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend a fate and re-roll that.
Okay.
and you get 100. Knock on wood.
Okay.
That's more like it.
All right. Okay. Yeah, this irritation is way more intense now. There are a lot of people around, and you can almost sense that there are psychers amongst you, or at least at the very least very like fledgling level psychic activity. Also, you can feel like these. You can just feel something. It's not pleasant. And now you're welcome to do a Psyniscience to try and figure that shit out, like origin points.
Yeah, let's figure that out. Yep.
How broad are you going to do it? Like, you can do a nice little enclosed area, and then the broader you reach, the more challenging it gets for you.
Let's do something slightly wider than the enclosed area you mentioned.
Okay then, -15.
Yeah, let's do.
Ooh, close.
Ooh, yeah. Can I spend a fate point on that?
Yeah, you could spend a fate point and just buy a degree of success. That would take you into victory.
Right. That's yeah.
Yep.
Okay. It's not directly on you. Like, there is someone who is looking at you right now who reached out. And then the moment you reached back, it's like someone went and just snapped that connection shut. I'll let you make an awareness test in a second, but right now, like, you've reached quite hard and quite far. like going out towards all of these warehouses and such, like around you, like you're probably grabbing this much of the spire in one big sweep, like above and below you as well.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to get much like detailed information, but you do grab like the reason it's so potent around here is these crystals. Like there are visible like large deposits all being held in one place, and like it is a taste on your tongue. It is a pressure on your head. It is like just a shiver down your spine to like try and concentrate on these rocks themselves. They are psychically, if not potent, then at least refractive. Like it's like energy is going into them and then being dispersed out a little more powerful than whence it first entered. And when they're all in like one big place, it's not considerably fun.
Ooh. Ooh.
It's something you could probably get used to, but the fact that there are psychers around here, like this got to be mind-boggling, because this would drive you insane if you had to put up with this for like, you know, your lifetime, which is apparently what some psychers around here do have to deal with. Admittedly, they're all fettered like very heavily from what you can gather. But it's it's not a pleasant place to reach out with your powers around here. And yes, and then snapping back to reality, can you do for me an awareness test? You have a +10 because you have a general idea of the direction.
Aw.
You can't tell where it comes from though. It was unpleasant enough just, you know, shutting everything out.
There's something around here, guys, but I can't quite place it.
Something.
Something
Uh,
psychic.
hmm.
There's definitely psychers around here.
Should we check with the again, should we check with the Arbitus office, see if there's any sanctioned psychers on this planet that we can rule out?
Might as well. Not be a bad idea.
I fail to see why it would be bad to disadvantageous to consult your own order, but perhaps yours is different than mine. So what is your decision, Arbiter? Should we go for the overseer or the whatever he said earlier?
The Overseer of
forget.
Vault
The Overseer of Vault.
A22.
Yeah, Vault 69. The foreman. Should we go to the speak to this foreman, or?
Well, sure, why not? Why not? We'll go to the Arbiter's office and see what they can tell us.
No, it is a lot shorter of a walk than it is all the way around to the warehouses. It's not. It gets like less busy the further away from them you get as well. Like the closer to the office is, like there is less hustle and bustle. There are still people around, but they're in general, I suppose, quieter. Let's have a think here. Yeah, it is a simple journey to them. You can see when you reach, like the Arbiter office when you see it. Not only has it got the obvious signage, but it's a sturdier building. You can see that if there were a fight, this is probably the building you would want to be stood inside. Although it's part of the same stone spire, it almost looks like someone injected this into the rock instead. Like the walls are metal.
So,
Hey, I'm smart enough to make that suggestion. Should I remain outside or a little ways away, and we communicate with comm beats as to not draw more attention? Surely an arbiter walking to an arbiter's um, uh, uh, seat of power wouldn't be too odd for this area.
sure that'd probably be a fairly decent idea.
All right, so
Who should I
Morgan,
be with then?
it's up to you. Up to the arbiter, actually.
You said you felt something earlier.
Yeah. Apparently, there were some crystals in the area that are refracting psychic energy, and it's like driving me insane. I can't imagine how the psychers who live here put up with that.
Stay here. Stay with the girl. See
Okay,
what you can do by trying to focus in on what you felt earlier. See if you can learn anything else.
I'll try.
Okay. There is. I was going to say that there's a bench to sit at, but there really isn't like a nice sitting area. There is at the very least just the wall to a building you could lean on. That's some empty space. It gives you a good view of like the street or the people are walking around.
That's what I was gonna suggest. That's what I'd probably be doing.
Yep. There's a nice wall to lean on.
How cloudy is it right now?
You would suspect that there's no weather coming, but I mean, it's nighttime, but the nighttimes here last forever, so it's not exactly like it's dark. There are lights built into the floor and like alongside, nestled up against buildings, so it's pretty regular.
I'll probably have my, if it's not too bright, I'll probably have my glasses up on my forehead rather than my face.
It wouldn't be bright. Like if looking directly into a light wouldn't be very fun, but like. Just in general, it's nighttime around here. For about, if you were to compare it to a 24-hour cycle, it's about 20 hours of night, but it's a lot brighter at night than it is most places.
Gotcha.
The daytime is like an uncomfortable, aching red. It's like a constant drone strike on your will to live.
So I guess walk into the Arbiter's office?
Yep. Do you have your badge on you and open now, or?
Yeah, it's gonna be back on my belt, like where it always is.
Okie dokie. There is... Let's have a think here. Can you roll me a d3? Oh, okay. There are 3 like local arbiter in this building. They practically pack out this office. You can see that there is a when you first walk in. You've been in arbiter offices before. It's like every police station in the world. There is a front desk. Behind it, there are 2 like investigator desks. It would appear to be like they've got the stacks of paper and data slate. They've got another doorway leading out into a room, but there's bars on the door, and it says "holding" underneath it. It is very plain cop in this place. There isn't much in the way of making it prettier. There is inside like one of those sickly green plants that they were also dotting places around the spire, but they have a relatively decently sized one in the corner of the room. And you can actually see like beadlets of moisture on the metal wall, like near this plant. It seems to roll down back into the plant's very own pot. Again, it's just the way in which they create their own humidity around them. The 2 of the arbiter are sat at the desk and like not looking towards the doorway. They're sat at their own desks, buried in whatever work they're paying attention to, and then sat at the front desk in very familiar looking armor is another arbiter. His badge is clearly it's not like clamped onto his armor. He's got it on a chain around his neck, but it's very obviously right there and in clear view that the armor is like a refitted flak. Hello there, I don't think I recognize you.
Not normally from around here. I'm a bit of an investigation for myself. Thinking... Oh, where are my manners? By the name. Arbiter Beauregard. And yours?
Me, I'm Arbiter Janus. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Beauregard.
Now, the reason I'm here is maybe you can possibly help me find a couple people that might help link to my investigation.
Alright, and would you be able to say what kind of investigation this is and the people that you're after?
Uh, the investigation itself is mostly just t- a potential a potential tithe indiscrepancy that we're trying to figure out. Nothing major.
Tithe discrepancies. All right. I mean, I've heard of it, at least in passing. I know that it's happened a few times in the past years, and we've just had to make a report of something that sounds similar, just today, in fact.
Oh,
Yeah, details aren't confirmed. We've already gone and told the heads up topside that, yeah, one of our tithe reports has come back as we thought the shipment was going to go out today, and then the shipment was cancelled. They did not take the rest of the ore, and they left the planet without taking any of the crates, and this because not everything was stocked up, and they did not want to leave with a full haul. Apparently there will be a ship dealing with a double haul in the following week, but for now, we'll deal with that when it comes. Having a tithe ship cancel picking up and sending from us has got all the nobles astir, but you know how they can be.
mm-hmm.
And yes, it seems odd for an arbiter I've never met to come here asking about that, so I assume you hear about older tithes, perhaps? You some boys from further off planet?
Yeah, a few older ties, and you know how it is. If one planet gets off, a couple other planets start getting off, and if we don't catch it early enough, it just turns into a clusterfuck.
Well, I can understand that. Alright then, do you know anything about these tithes, like where they might have gone missing from? We've got some records in here, but that's the kind of stuff we send off to the eggheads up topside. Well, up starside, I suppose, best way to put it. That is not generally our purview. We like to call it criminals around here.
Well, I definitely know that the ties that we're working on were a couple from around a decade ago, a couple 5 years ago, and recently. We think we've discovered a pattern. We're just trying to double up and check on it.
Right, I can understand that. Okay, do you happen to know the warehouse number? And, you said you were looking for names. Have you already got suspects?
Not necessarily suspects as of yet, just persons of interest.
Alright, persons of interest. Yeah, okay then, do tell me about these persons of interest and I'll see what I can do to help you.
Well, we have a Mr. Fawthree and a Mr. Lasarle,
Right.
and I believe it's also a Miss Terra.
Alright, that's fine. Let's have a think here. None of the names come to mind for anything just as troublemakers.
And just for the record, did we say what warehouse it was? Because I don't quite recall that.
You were given a warehouse number, you can just say, I say the warehouse number. I haven't really made one
and
up.
they would have all been working at a particular warehouse, whether together or over time.
Alright, that's fine. 1 second, and he'll, look over to the other two arbiters at their desk. He asks them if any of these three names ring a bell to them. There is a gentleman of probably 40 years of age. He also has that, I've gotten way too old way too quickly look to him. They're called laugh lines, but he doesn't look like a man who laughs particularly often. His hair
He's
is
3
black.
days away from retirement.
Yeah, even though he's in his 40s, he looks like he's got that expression about him, but he's still plugging away at a stack of paper as huge as the one in front of his companion. His companion being a woman who you would presume to be quite freshly made an arbiter, just judging by the fact that she's in what you would guess to be early 20s and doesn't have that same weary expression about her that most people living on this planet have. And he'll go, no, they don't ring a bell to me. Afraid not. And the woman will look up and go, "What was the lady's name again? Sorry."
Tara.
Do you got a first name for them?
Chassis?
I don't know a chassis Terra, but I do know a Francine Terra.
Oh?
Yeah,
How's the
yeah.
last name spelled?
Now you ask me. She just does some thinking. Not like Terror of the Deep Terror, but I mean like TEH double R, maybe a single RA?
Yeah, I think it's the same people.
Alright, I mean, I know of a Francine Terror. She said her daughter went missing, actually. Would have been a week ago. You two weren't here when the other the other two Arbiter look at her. She's like, you guys weren't in here, I handled that one. Yeah, Francine Terror had a missing daughter.
That's a start.
I'm glad it's a start to something. She hasn't turned up so far, and I've done the requisite asking around, and people do go missing on this planet. They usually end themselves up in the slums for doing something they shouldn't have, but it is unusual.
Well, if you can give me any kind of information on that, and I might be able to, that investigation might be able to hook up into mine.
Give me 30 minutes to go through my old reports, and I'm sure I can find your Francine's address.
Just let you know, and just ask, the foreman for this particular warehouse, is he in today?
Yeah, I reckon he would be. And it'd be strange if not to. Most of the foremen have been working in the exact same place since they were young. They don't tend to turn them over very quickly, that's for sure. If you're looking for someone who saw tithes go missing 10 and 5 years ago, there was probably the same foreman then as there is today. I can probably pull up his name, yeah. We don't really keep the same records here, but give me a sec. And more criminal records if it's on planet. Most of our paperwork goes up top. He says, give him some time. If you got something else you want to do, now would be the time. Otherwise you can sit on the seat over there, and he indicates like a little waiting seat. It looks a bit too small for you. Indeed, it looks too small for like any of the Arbiter, but it's there, it's sittable. And he'll
So it's not designed for the great armored ass of justice.
No, it is not made for armor's great. It's made for the small wilting flower of heresy. Yeah, and he'll he doesn't go to a desk or anything. I mean, there are only the two over there, and then there's his greeter's desk. He goes over to where the holding cell is, and walks into there. You can see, like, if you were to like peek through as he walks into it, it looks like left leads out to cells, and then right leads to like a storage room. And as I say, like, a half hour is going to pass while these guys pull up the information they're looking for. Do you do anything in this time?
Well, I kind of step out in the hall and bead Morgan and Cynthia, trying to see what they're up to.
Alright then. And over this half hour, do you guys do any looking around or try anything? You're also both welcome to make perception tests each.
That is exactly what I was wanting to do.
Go
Can I
for it.
make another Cynicians test?
You absolutely can, and how hard are you reaching?
I think I'll stick with close this time. Give just a -5.
Okie dokie.
Challenging test.
Yep, for your perception it's challenging.
Hey, rolled under 30.
Look at you. Okay. Now, we'll start with Morrigan. Morrigan. When you're looking around, there is an individual, like, they pass by like multiple times. It's one of those well-dressed people. He's got a little band around his head, and he's not wearing robes so much as he's got like a sort of a baggy tunic-y type shirt on over the top of like a bunch of other regular clothes. and he'll, like, he walks by you guys more often than he should over this half hour. Like, wherever the fuck he's going it's curious that he keeps doing so. And Scythia, you reach out with Cyniscience, and it's not like you don't find anything. Can you make a willpower test?
Oof.
Okay. You reach out, and like there's something there, and when you focus your attentions towards it, it's like you get flashes of feeling from, and you assume a human intelligence. Like, I'm pretty sure if you were to reach out and touch Faith, then you'd find fucking nasty things, and you'd know they were nasty things. In this case, you're pretty sure you've reached out to a human. Like, you feel like concern, and then fear, and then realization. And can you roll? Let's see here. I need to quickly check your sheet. Give me a moment.
I keep forgetting I have a rank in interrogation.
Very neat. Let's see here.
Yeah, like another thing with interrogation, like if Winter was interrogating someone and doing the psycho power, I would add like a good 20 for that, because psychic be scary, yo.
It depends who you're talking to.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's all situational, but still, like it wouldn't work on a chaos card. Huh? I thought you started with a web gun as a secondary weapon, but all right, never mind.
Not to my knowledge, and besides, web pistol's an exotic, yo.
Oh, I must be thinking first edition. Never mind.
You must be thinking first edition.
Arbiters didn't get that in first edition either.
Yeah, they did. Hang on, this is totally not. I'll just talk about this in chat.
Yeah. Okay. Can you make me a psychic power test as though you were just trying to use one of your powers, please? Fettered.
I think that's like a -10.
Yeah, that aerial -5 isn't to like using your powers, it's just to your senses because of the interference. So you don't have that -5 or whatever it is when you're using a psychic power. But yeah, you make me a roll as though you were making a fettered roll. Any power, doesn't matter.
I'm just trying because it's different. I gotta look at my powers.
That's fine.
Luckily, I already had the book open.
It's good. I can see that your psi rating is 2.
Yep. Oh, good. Warp perception is just a flat 0.
All right, go for it.
It's a Cyniscience test.
Oh, what perception is your Cyniscience test? No, don't use that one then. Use an actual psychic. You have actual like psychic powers you can use, right?
That is a psychic power I'm using.
All right.
The focus power is a Cyniscience test.
Oh, okay.
So shall I do that?
Yep, roll it up.
Oh.
Okay. It is not, what you experience next is not a pleasant sensation by any means. Like you are familiar with the energies inherent in the warp. You are familiar with psychers using their abilities, in fact, and you've reached out and you realize that what has happened is you have failed to shield yourself when you reached out to a psyker. Like, you just cast your web wide, but a wide web has strands that are very, very thin. That's the easiest way to describe it, at least, and you weren't prepared for what you came across. It was an individual. And they didn't just like shut themselves out with a willpower test like you did. They apparently have the ability to fuck with people who fail Sidicians rolls and they're in the vicinity. And he blasts you. From the outside, Morrigan, you don't see anything strike Scythia, but Scythia suddenly like doubles over and has a nosebleed, as though the wind were just taken out of her for a moment. And Scythia, you take you take 4 wounds.
I can at least take that.
Yep.
Ignoring armor and.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, they have that. Fuck.
Anyways,
We're dealing with something serious.
Yeah.
God damn it, I forgot to add wounds to my character.
While she was doing that, you know, that dude who keeps coming around,
Yep.
I wanted to pull both myself and Scythia back a few paces into a different location, but we'd still have like line of sight on the Arbiter's office, and then see if he reacts when we're not there anymore.
Alright, can you give me a stealth?
Okay. I was just gonna like move
I know,
different
but
positions. Okay.
there's still a stealth
Crit
element involved.
fishing, crit fishing. Challenging still, yeah.
Yep.
Even with like the giant robe. Okay.
It's a big open place and there are a bunch of people around, but
Yep.
fucking okay.
Yeah.
So I mean,
stealth.
you are. I guess I'll give you the GM reason for why there was a stealth roll involved. It's whether he saw you change locations, like this individual has been going back and forth. You probably realise that he's noticed you change locations, but hasn't put 2 and 2 together as to why you moved. Indeed, so he goes by the same place where you were before, but he does that sort of like awkward stride that's like, yeah, I wonder if they're over here maybe, and then, you know, looks to your new location, then looks away again, realising that you're sort of trying to bait him out. And will continue to do his walk. Like, he saw you guys move, but he's apparently not very good at this. And went to double check anyway.
Okay. Scythia, is there any way you're able to discern this man's motives? Can you...
Ow. Ow.
Well, this has happened before or after she took all that damage.
I'm going to say, like, it happens when, like, you turn around to look at Scythia and be like, Scythia, can you do anything about this? And she's just reached out with Sinitians, and someone has slammed back against her with mental force. And Scythia stood there like her eyes are bloodshot, her skin has just gone a measure paler, there is a nosebleed beginning to, like, go down her. Right now, Scythia, it sounds like someone has just, like, gone with both of their hands and clapped you on either side of the ears, like they're physically ringing. Ooh. Like you've just, it's not fun for you right now. You took a solid blow from whatever you reached out to.
All right. So she doesn't really understand psychic, so she's going to go to her bodyguard trait training and like grab Scythia by the shoulder and like shove her behind her, and then calm Etienne.
Etienne, it's been about, you know, like 20, maybe 25 minutes into their, like, going through their stuff. The female arbiter at a desk, he finally gives like that, finally got it. And she's pulling out her papers when you get a call from Morrigan.
What?
There's a man patrolling around here. Well dressed. No, I'll give his description.
Yeah.
He keeps, you know, coming around every few minutes, and you know, and checking up on us. My first reaction would probably go against what you told me to do. What are you nearly finished in there?
Think so.
When you come out, could you possibly? I don't. In this situation, my first instinct is to not something that you would enjoy.
Noted.
I say that it wouldn't be very subtle.
Yes, that more. Yeah, she's not retarded. She's just naive.
Yeah.
And she's been quite literally told not to do anything stupid or blow the cover.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. That's fine. That's pretty reasonable. Do you mention that your friend Cynthia is currently dealing with something unpleasant from an invisible assailant?
yeah. I was about to get to that, but
Okay. You were talking about, like, oh, there was a man walking around. If you could come out and give me some advice, that'd be great, because I don't think you want to... I'm surprised you didn't lead with, fucking Cynthia's under attack!
Oh, yeah,
For it, I was like...
Yeah, someone psychically cracked Cynthia in the face.
well, on top of that, Morgan doesn't actually know how psychic powers work. That could just be something that happens to psychers.
You've
She's
never
just
seen her
going to
do that
mention-
before.
She's just going to mention that Cynthia seems to be in a great amount of pain after, apparently trying to do what you told her to do, which is, reach out for any psychic anomalies.
Logic test to maybe put two and together of what might have happened.
You can give it a go. Like, logic test is just, did my character make a particularly good, like, piecing A to B
Yeah.
together?
If it were me, this would be like a forbidden knowledge roll, which you don't have.
Yes,
so it'd be like a raw
more likely if you're...
Okay.
Yeah, fuck.
Alright, how do I punish
Okay.
you for
Are
this?
you going to use a fate die to not do that?
Why would I be punished for this?
Fate point.
Because
It's
if you
it's
roll
100.
100 on a D100, something bad happens. More likely, Etienne's about to make a very horrible assumption.
Yeah, so before Scow reveals it to you, you have to say whether or not you're using a fate point. If she reveals it to you and you do bad, you have to take it.
Yes, I would like to spend a fate point to try to re-roll that.
Okay. Okay.
It's not 100.
It's not 100. That's really what counts. Okay, so I mean, like, trying to I don't know, Rain Man this situation. Like, you do some thinking. Like, there's a mysterious patrolling person, and Cynthia is suddenly in great deal of pain after reaching out for a psychic. Your first assumption is maybe they're the same person, but Morrigan probably would, even if she doesn't really know how psychic powers work, probably would have noticed if the guy casted a spell at Cynthia. So you're honestly not sure what's up. Hard to say. You could try forbidden knowledge if you have any knowledge of psychic powers.
I mean, I don't have forbidden lore, but I can make a Hail Mary.
No, there's no such thing as a Hail Mary for psychic powers, unless you have some weird
It
trait
would
that's like,
either
I can
be
roll
like-
on anything.
It would either be like a raw intelligence roll, what I would do, but the thing is, it would need to be a special success. Otherwise, you need training for shit like this.
Yeah, in this case, it's intelligence roll minus 30, and I can't give you any specific information, but you can try and guess about psychic powers.
Yeah, critical success for edumacated guessing, which would be like a D100, and you'd have to get below like a 6.
Oh, so close.
You tried, bro.
You really tried, but you don't know shit about psychic powers, sadly. Like, you know the basics. Like, so Morgan didn't say Cynthia's dead, so that's good news at least. That's all you know.
Alright, I'm nearly done here. Try to keep her out of trouble until then.
Do you want me to leave the patrolling man unaccosted?
Do not accost him. If he sees me approaching, he may break off, and at that point we can figure out whether or not we should tail, let go.
Very well, but if he approaches with anything that I discern to be hostile intent, I will shoot to kill.
Shoot to wound by preference.
Does not compute. Beep bop.
Alright.
On top of that, I don't have like targeted. I can't. I can try to make a targeted thing, but it'll just be terrible. Anyways.
Yeah, okay. We're going to jump back over to the Space Cop show in the slums.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Guys.
Scout is better.
Yep. We're back with Acolyte Silas and Sieghart Maida.
We were about to approach drug pusher man dude thing.
Okie dokie.
I-
I think he's currently lent on the
Okie
wall.
dokie isn't the answer I was hoping for. I was hoping that, yes, Mers, your memory is correct.
Yep, I was trying to think of a decent lead-in sentence. I needed all of a second later. Yes, there is a guy, and he is the drug pusher is leant up against the wall doing that pretend. He's too cool to be here, and he's not doing anything wrong. You shouldn't stare at him too long. But if you make eye contact, and he's like, "You want to buy some fucking drugs?" Like, yeah, that's exactly correct. He has control of this alleyway at the very least. He was talking to someone a bit ago, but they are already walking away in the other direction.
So this will go ahead and approach him.
Hello there. You looking for something there, buddy?
Looking to maybe do business.
Aye, business. What's your poison, buddy? What's your poison? You looking for a real fucking drink? You looking for some fucking drugs? You looking to get high? Looking to get low?
No. we think we might be able to do something for you.
Yeah, that sounds like something I don't trust.
Then maybe give us a way that we can earn your trust.
I don't know, man. I don't like talking to no knock.
Earn it enough to get your proper big leagues.
Uh-huh.
Come on. Like, a narc would come here. They'd get themselves shot before they left the alley.
Yeah. More like too much of a small fry.
Well, I ain't no small fry. I fucking run this alleyway. I run all those alleyways over there. Shit, I don't know. Maybe that's exactly what a knock would do. Maybe he'd come out and be like, "Oh, no fucking knock." That's exactly what a knock would say. And then they'd fucking have me. And then they'd take me down to those Albertays and they'd fucking scrap my hide. They'd try to give away the boss and they'd try and kill me. And then they probably would, because that's how they roll. Those fuckers don't know shit.
Why do we have an alley toad speaking almost jive?
Because Sko can do what she wants.
Mm-hmm.
I do what I want. You just be glad this man not from the block, So you're saying you want me to trust you? Maybe you buy some of my stuff, huh? Maybe you want to buy up some of this lovely, lovely product here. Tell you who I trust? I trust a customer.
But do you look among your customers for your new employees?
Mm-hmm. New employees, huh?
Yeah, we think we might be able to do something for you.
I don't know, man. This is my
We're
street.
pretty much fresh here, and heard that your people there, they're the good, trustworthy people, not the hide, smoke, and mirrors, fuck everyone up.
I don't know about that. I mean, what do you mean, your people? I ain't a part of any people. I just sell my product. That's all I do. He's obviously lying. He's got gang colors on him.
Silas would just smile. Look, we can do this whole run around, or we can skip to the part where you tell us what your problem is and we go take care of it. Because every man has a problem. If he didn't have a problem, he'd be by the Emperor's side already.
So what you're saying is that you want to buy my trust by going and dealing a little problem for me, and then I put you up to the boss and he makes you one of my new employees. Is that correct? Is that what I'm asking? Instead of coming to buy my wonderful product, you want to go knock a bitch down for me.
Yes.
Oh shit! All right, sounds like fun. He claps his hands together and leans back on the wall. All right. I can make this happen. I can make this happen. Let's think here. Who's done made my day a little bit more horrible recently? Oh, there are an awful lot of people who have made my life fucking horrible. They don't respect a good pusher, no door. Okay, all right. I got exactly the person. I know exactly who I want you to go to. It's very, very simple. All right. Okay, great. Now, you listening? You're listening very clearly, loud and clear. All right. You gonna deal with my little problem for me?
Yeah.
Sure.
All right. Okay. You see, there's this really, really big fucker, and he likes the finer stuff. He likes a little bit of that obscura. You know what they say? He's a miserable fuck most times, but he likes a little bit of that obscura. Makes him a real happy man. Makes him a very, very happy man. At least for a little while. Then he comes back for a little bit more of what I got to sell. You know what I'm saying? It ain't the purest shit, but it definitely gets the job done. Now, this man, he comes by, he gets a bit more of a product, but this time he thinks he too big to pay. And by too big, I mean he too big and muscly and threatened to break my bones, so he'd get away and not pay. Now my bosses don't like it when I don't get paid for the stuff that I push, and sure, I can certainly say, you don't get any more from me, but you know how a person is when they're very, very desperate for a fix. They don't think about the future, they think about what they want here and now. He couldn't afford a fix, but he took it anyway. I want you to get my money, or get me his fucking head. Then I can take it back to my bosses, say job dealt with, he won't be fucking with us no more, and also, next person thinks I can get my fix no matter what, I get to show him what Mr. Roddy had. And that's my problem.
I think we might be able to give you both.
What, his money and his head? I don't know, if you can get me his money, then he might come back as a customer, and he'd also be much more willing to pay this fucking time. I like money a lot more than I like a dismembered head.
Alright. We'll see if just scaring him works.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Now, I don't know where this fucker be hiding these days, but they say that when you're getting really low, when you can't just make ends meet, and that's saying something in this fucking shithole, if you really can't make it work, then there's a little bit of a little slop house. It's a couple streets down. There's a bunch of people there. They falling apart, basically. Jesus, them boys is rotten, and they is falling, and they is dying. They say that it's all psychers do that shit, but I just think it's because they taking bad drugs and eating bad food and not living good. Not like me, I take good stuff and live damn fine in the street. But you'll know him, because he's still fucking huge. Like, when I say it's the huge guy, you can look at any guy and go, is he huge? Maybe not. And then you see this guy and be like, that guy, he fucking huge. That's the one you after.
Alright.
Alright. Sounds.
Yeah, and then he'll sort of... He does indeed squat slavically, reach into his bag. Like, you can hear the jingle of bottles and all sorts of stuff, and you're like, what is he going for now? Into this magical bag of goods. But he just pulls out a drinking flask and takes a swig from it, and takes out a low stick, lights it up.
Shall we then?
Yeah.
Now, his directions are
interesting.
anything but clear. But they aren't impossible to follow. Just head towards where it gets shittier and shittier. It seems to be the general plan. Let's see here. Perception test from the both of you, please.
Perception. Okay.
Yep.
Any modifiers or what's here?
Do you have any specialties? I think only Rob has specialties in enclosed places. This would be that time. I don't know if you have anything for that.
No, nothing that would work here.
Just a challenging +0 test for you then. And yeah, whatever it is, C-Card's enclosed shitty places test is.
Oh boy.
Look at you scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel.
Full help.
I don't think he adds. I don't think, for whatever reason, it just adds it to one specific skill. So it's still a 0. But
Okay.
maybe. Nope.
Okay, can you roll me actually, can both of you roll me a d3, please? Between the two of you, it's gonna take like a half hour to track this fucking dude down. Like, the streets do seem to turn in on themselves, and sure, you're heading towards where it gets shittier and shittier, but you can't yet find what seems like rock bottom to you. Whenever you get to a place, there's always something worse waiting for you, and you, at one point you're like, oh, have we gone in a fucking circle? Like, they're all straight lines, so you know you haven't, you just aren't finding the way there.
Could have been navigate surface.
You don't know this surface. Like, there's no navigation check, it's just, can you spot a way, I guess is the best way to put it. It just takes... The perception is basically, how quickly do you find this fucking dude? And it's going to be 30 minutes before I'd be like, you've reached the place, you find the fucking dude, you see him.
Okay, we keep thinking, is this the shitty place? I don't see any...
No,
maybe
I was going to use the degrees of success of your perceptions to take away numbers from that roll. Like, it was still going to take you time no matter what.
Yeah.
Like, for all I know, you would have had, like, 2 D2s to roll between the two of you and still gotten, like, 40 minutes and taken longer than this. So, you know, fuck it, whatever. I didn't punish you for
got a name?
No, they were given no name for this fucker.
Curious.
Well, it's entirely possible the Fisher doesn't know some huge guy's name. They just know him as that huge motherfucker. Anyway, and that's them. It'll take you 30 minutes of looking around. At which time it coincides pretty neatly with Scythia. You can now hear things back in Scythia land. The ringing has gone out of your ears. It still feels like someone gave you an internal sledgehammer. Can you give me a Forbidden Law Psychic, please? Or Forbidden Law Warp, whichever is the fucking thing for actual psychers knowing about psycho powers.
Ooh.
Pets.
It's...
Pets and winner.
He's currently giving candy to children again.
Probably.
Fuck, I swear, every time I jump over to your side of the spire, it's exactly when the person I'm after is the one who's gotten up and fucked off.
Right? Come on, guys. Be like Stray. Be here all the time.
Be here all the time until there's a momentary pause when you know it's safe to go run off and get more booze.
Yep. Usually when you switch over to someone else.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah, I'm rolling a new character. Only 2 wounds. Makes me sad.
You're rolling a new character?
Just a backup.
Oh, right.
Mostly, just for fun.
Oh, okay. Whatever then.
There was a lot of other stuff going on, so I figured, why not?
Sure. Okay. In which case, Etienne, you are eventually delivered both the things. You have the name of the dockmaster. Have I already made up a name for him? I appear not to have. Dockmaster Ashtil, which is... Yep. Obviously, Janus will hand you Ashtil's name, and you also get the address of one Francia. If I remember, I might already have forgotten her fucking name. Was it Francia? Shit, I don't even fucking remember. What was her name? I even wrote it down.
Janice? Oh, are you talking about the
chick,
person
the
you're
mother
trying to
name,
find?
the mother's name.
Yeah. Francine Terra.
Oh, it was Francine. I was close, yes. Yeah, and you've also got Francine Terra's address. It appears that she lives on the bottom floor of the Noble Tower.
Really?
Very strange. Someone working in Noble Tower has a child working in, like, the Spire. For, like, shipping shit.
Is there her daughter who's missing?
Yes.
Yeah, she is one of our suspects. Well, since we're closer to the Dogmaster, how about we go investigate him first?
Well, this is you head outside and you can see that Scythia is pretty doubled over from whatever the fuck happened to her. They've moved from wherever they were previously stood, but you know, Morrigan can flag you down. It's not really hard to play hot or colder. Let's see here. Yes, Pets, are you back now?
I was never gone. I just got distracted.
Okay. Do you what forbidden law do you have? Do you have like Psyker or Warp or what?
The warp.
You have the Warp. Does the Warp know about just other Psyker powers, or is that specifically something you need forbidden law Psyker for?
I know I get that for only war, but I don't know about.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Give me a forbidden law Warp test then. We'll go with -10.
That makes up for everything I just did before.
All right, you know exactly what happened. There are psychers specifically tailored to like trying to combat Cynicians. They don't technically have offensive powers unless someone puts themselves out there on the line and does the sensing. And also, again, their own power is quite weak. So it's sort of like, imagine like you're a bottle of like fizzy water or something, and you've decided to just fucking open the cap up a little bit. They then have shaken you really goddamn hard, and then something has escaped. And what escaped in this case is like blood when he internally dealt you damage. Like, whoever this person is that you reached out to, they naturally defended against what could well have been a psychic attack, although it was just Cynicians, and then they used your own strength to just fucking, deal a slam jam on you. You imagine if you met this person in, like, reality, their own ability to manifest warp powers would be on the low side at the very least. But also, because you got that correct, I'm going to say, like, if you would recognize their signature if they left an inkling of their power. There isn't a very clear one because it was pretty much your strength that was used to damage you.
He basically fisted North Starred me.
Yeah. Your North Star felt fisted, that's for sure.
And a better wording would be just he used fucking psychic judo on you.
Yeah, he absolutely. Yeah, your own strength was used against you, but instead of getting flipped over by someone, you got punched in the brain balls, and it really fucking hurt. But yeah, I'm gonna say that if you come across this psyker and they do psychic powers, you'll be able to identify them crosswise. But yeah, that's what's happened to you. It was essentially a defensive action was made against your just like wide broadcast Cynicians. More specifically,
I'm looking for you.
Yeah,
fuck you. You're not looking for me.
Yeah, exactly. More specifically, you looked for them and didn't do very well. You didn't fail so hard that you like just didn't do Cynicians at all. You didn't succeed hard enough to try and protect yourself. You just fucking put your brain out there and then did not shut yourself off and then got given a slammer jammer.
Wow.
Right.
Like against particularly, I was going to say particularly good, that's mean, but just particularly more powerful or practiced psychers, like they would be able to have protected themselves. They'd have quote unquote succeeded the willpower test and stopped their own power being used against them, but you just weren't prepared. You're in new ground. That's the excuse you could use.
Mm-hmm.
So the Stockmaster, Ashtil.
Yep.
So I guess after collecting up the 2 and I guess giving a hanky to the psyker, I say, come on, we have a new target.
The hanky smells of cigars. It smells like an arbiter's pocket. Cigars and ammunition.
Cigars, gunpowder, cologne?
Just a touch. Just a touch.
What?
Just a touch of cologne. Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're able to collect and go. When your arbiter companion leaves, that guy who was watching you all, he does his like very last pass, pretty much as that door is opening and your friend is stepping out. Morgan, you're watching for him, so you can see him move. He's going off in a different direction from last time when he was making like these repeat passes by you guys. He was doing a pretty similar route, just like allowed him to probably go in a circuit towards you again. In this case, he's making a beeline for a different direction.
I'm gonna call up Etienne and tell him about the change of direction and if we should follow.
So yeah, Etienne, you're on the other side of the street from your friends. You've just been told the, I guess not tail, but Watcher is trying to escape another way.
So, the fact that he already went away the moment I stepped out means that he knows that we're together.
Yes, I believe he watched you, like, your group approach, even though you separated afterwards. He probably saw you guys together.
It's fine. I don't have an urge to purge at all. No, everything's great.
I'm not twitching, you're twitching.
Well, if I think of it like this, is that Mother will be there no matter what we do. Foreman will also be there no matter what we do. Think. So, do y'all want me to attempt to tail this guy?
I would suggest we simply take him now, but if you wish to tail him, then as you wish.
I mean, if I just suddenly whip out my pistol and blow his leg off, that's pretty much all subtlety right out the window.
Nothing saying we can't herd him into a quiet alley, but it is up to you.
When did Morgan become Cassandra?
Hey, Cassandra would have tortured him. What's her name? Just Morgan just wants to get him in a back alley to shoot him.
Light him on fire.
I don't have the flamer.
You can't burn things with a match.
You need to do it with a lighter. It takes fucking ages, and I think that qualifies as torture again.
Hey, I wish I was playing Cassandra. If I was playing Space Cassandra, this session would be much different.
He'd probably be with us trying to kill some dude.
Yeah, Space Cassandra would probably have like the rogue trader background and be a desperado. That'd be great. I should have done that, but no.
Too late.
So, do you wish to follow him and then keep in contact as we shadow you from a block or two away?
I suppose that'll work.
The commitment from your arbiter. I guess if that's why you want to tail him, sure. Tsundere arbiter. It's not like I wanted to tail you, Baka.
It's not like I want to put my boot against your skull and point a gun at you.
Alright. So you know how that really good stealth check you did last time? That one that really made or broke the tailing thing?
Do you want me to do it again?
Yes, please.
Please, for the love of God. Don't make me Clouseau this again. Do I get any
You've
bonuses?
already got strike one. There is a... Let's see, he's going away from the Arbiter in the direction of, like, one of the hangars. So there's going to be more foot traffic, so I'll give you a +10. There are people you can use for cover in this case.
Please be a good roll. Please.
You nailed it. Okay. Alright. How to put it? Yeah, this guy is taking a maybe a wobbly route, as though maybe he's being followed, but he isn't moving with that speed and urgency that would indicate, like, he knows you're onto him now. It looks like he's making his way towards the taxi area that you guys came from originally. Or if not, then at least a close-by place to that. But because of his weaving route, he comes up alongside a lot of buildings, and one of these might be a particularly good one to trap him in before he makes it to his taxi. Or you could just trail him to his taxi and find out where he goes. I'm not the boss of you.
So what you're saying is that we can catch him in an alley?
It would be hard, but you could probably, like, spook him into one. Like, he definitely crosses by a bunch of buildings that would be decent cover for, like, fuck you, get over here, and then, you know, give him the fucking punchings. It's not really an alleyway so much as just next to a warehouse or behind a building. Or, well, up against the side of a building. Pretty much every building in the spire is indented into the spire, but You know what I mean? There are places close enough to out of the way that you could drag him to, but you would still have to get him into one of them.
You want me to try to do that?
Why not?
It is your decision, Arbiter. As I've said before, my talents are best used on the battlefield, not shadowing someone in the middle of a city.
I guess try to head him off in one of the alleys before he gets to his taxi and possibly gets away.
All right.
Do you wish? I wanted to do one more thing. Do you wish me to, myself and Scythia, to follow on the other side so we cannot escape down the alley?
Actually, yeah.
I've told you already. There are no alleyways. It's the back of like buildings or up against the side of them. There's
Oh,
nowhere
okay, I
behind
gotcha.
him to go. It's always a dead end.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I was trying to deal with something in the background.
Alright, if he says always a dead end, then sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's what she said. So let's do that. Do you want her to try to like, what is it, double move to catch up to you so we could do this, or what?
Nah, just follow at the regular pace, and if I need you, I can come haul him.
Okay, I
But
will get ready
you
to.
want to do it,
Okay, sorry.
yeah. But I was about to say, if you want to just hurry up a little bit so that you are within like uh, save my ass distance, if necessary, you can if you want.
All right, then I will be using like full moves to get up rather than the walking speed, which is like slow half moves. And I will get ready to run. And I will. I assume we're all in the same comm thing, right? So Scythia heard this as well.
Yes, she's got comm beads as well. You're out of range of your companions in the slums. But
Okie dokie. So we're preparing to do that. Morrigan will like, I don't know, snake a hand inside of her robes and like grip the base of her weapon.
Alright, now then. There are, I guess, 2 ways to head this guy off. There is a very hard test to do this stealthily, like, without being spotted, all the way up to him, and you just, like, then, do the alley, like, yank him into the back of this building. Or you could just make an athletics test and run him down. Like, just, push through the crowd, sprint over to him, and then just be like, you, over here, with me, and just grab him that way. It's an easier test, of course, to do just the athletics route. Trying to be stealthy will either reveal you, or, it just be too slow if you don't do well enough.
What do you think, O Arbiter?
I love how patronizing you are when you're saying that.
Hey, people have been making fun of my character all session. Am I right?
Yeah, now it's your time. Expect a clue. So no one's made fun of you yet.
You've been making fun of me ever since I accidentally looped myself. By the way, a very hard is minus what?
Oh, in this context, it would be minus 20.
Ugh.
Like, moving quickly in stealth is not fucking easy. But just doing a raw athletics test is a +0 test if you're just hauling ass at him.
Sorry, someone started talking to me. What?
I'm speaking to Remy anyway, it's cool.
Oh, okay. There's like a Halloween party going on in the background.
No worries. You gotta make a choice, Ram.
I guess I'll just do the athletics test, and as I get up to him, just say, "Sir, a moment of your time. I'd ask you a few questions."
Alright, give it a go.
I mean, there is an advantage to you being like a badged arbiter. No one's going to look
that is exactly the point.
Your bag.
Yeah. I've already told you it's +0. I mean, the addition is like Sister Morrigan could totally do this athletics test as well. It would be an easier test. It's just that it would be as subtle as someone going, "Get down!" and then shoulder powering through anyone in her way. Okay.
Fate point?
You want to reroll? Go for it.
Dice, don't fuck me. Please don't fuck me.
Okay, so you pick up the pace and you go from like the subtle walk to the quicker jog to a faster jog to get out the way to run at him. Like essentially like he's still gaining ground on you somehow even as you push your way through this dense crowd. And like at the last moment it becomes an actual chase. Now you can give it up and not draw attention to yourself any more so than you have, or you could make opposed athletics tests to just run him down. Do you want to keep trying to chase him down, or do you let him, get away and stop drawing attention to yourself?
I'm gonna try to run him down.
Okay then, it'll be opposed athletics tests. Please go first.
Dice, please don't fuck me.
Yep, whatever degrees of success you give are going to be negatives to his roll.
Aye!
I'm not even going to roll, just because I know full well that if I do, it'll be a 1 as well, and he'll still get away. Yeah.
Sir, a moment of your time.
Yes, you do actually manage to... It's such a short sprint, like... I'd say that even Morrigan, you'd be quite impressed with the way that he seems to go from, like, this, I'm not gonna make it run, to just fucking Hussein
Fine,
bolting
I guess
him.
I have to try.
Yes, exactly. He goes from run to Hussein Bolt in a minute. Well, sorry, in a moment, and is on this guy's tail.
The thing is, he remembers that he's doing this for justice.
Yeah.
I am the law.
Yeah. You do this to Detroit cop him, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you haven't done that session yet. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Ooh, I get to play with my Magnicals.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, you go from run to flat death sprint in a blink, and this guy, like, he immediately sees, this is when he notices you properly, and he's like, oh shit! Tries to run, but just trips on himself, and you have him. Snap. You essentially collar him, like, straight off the bat. There's a bit of a crowd, a couple of people scatter from you. They're a lot nicer dressed, I should add, than the usual, like, minor riffraff. These guys appear to be bureaucrats. Although there are a few miners walking around there, like, busy carrying shit or doing stuff. They are not the kind to pay attention to what is going on right now.
Sir, a moment of your time. I believe you may be able to answer a few questions.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, of course.
You'll be coming with me now.
Yeah, no worries. And he's, like, still on the ground. Do you, like, haul him up, or do you make him stand?
Magnicals and make him stand.
Ooh, you're even pulling out magnets. Okay, so people now see this individual as being arrested. And this is when it's about
temporarily detained.
Yeah, but let's not paint a red horse blue. This guy looks like he's being arrested to everyone around you right now. And someone will come up to you and be like, are you gonna grab one of them? Sir.
Are you trying to tell me that justice bows to anyone?
No. And then the man who spoke up backs away. For a moment, like when this man spoke, the one you've collared looked hopeful, and now he just looks distracted and uncomfortable. Can you do a scrutiny check for me, please?
Oh.
He seems to think he's got something on you.
Intelligence check. Do I recognize this person?
I can just say that you don't know this fucker.
if you'd like to make a case, sir, make it now.
Look, I was just told to find out more about you guys. New faces. That's what we all do. That's what we all do around here. You're a new face. Boss wants to know. They always want to know.
Boss. Oh, by the way, can we try to take him to somewhere more secluded before I start asking him questions?
Yeah, as I say, you could still take him to one of those aforementioned along the side of a building things, and like people aren't going to follow you.
Wait, people are following me as I try to ask him?
No, people aren't going to follow you. I just said, if you take him to the side and out of the way, like the crowd will disperse and no one's going after you.
So what's your name, boy?
Boy, and this is when you realize this man that you're looking at. He's probably in, like, his 50s. Despite that, he looks quite well fed. Like, he has those same, like, vaguely tired eyes, but, you know.
That's how everyone looks around here.
Yeah, everyone looks mildly tired. No, but this guy, he's... You would garner, like, somewhere in his 50s, and he looks genuinely insulted when you say boy. But his clothing is... It's loose on him, and he's wearing, like, this weird tunic-looking thing.
What is your name?
I'm Markov.
Alright, Markov. Now, you said someone about your boss earlier.
Yeah, one of the nobles.
Noble got a name?
I cannot believe this. Alright, yeah, it would be...
I can rattle off any number of charges.
It is the noble Saressa.
Fair enough.
I mean, haven't you know? Like, there are loads of us around, and like his voice, he just seems utterly baffled that someone is collaring him for this. This is. Oh my god, you're from off planet. I knew it. This is what all the nobles do. They always send people like us. We go and we learn things and we keep them interested. This is all we're doing. This is it. And he takes a deep breath and goes, and now I request, please let me go.
Please do keep in mind that this is the one bit of information I will give you to keep your nobles interested. Yes, I am off planet. They bug me or my entourage again, and I will officially call you, turn you in, and charge you with several different acts of possible criminal mischief, including but not limited to stalking.
All right, give me an intimidate check.
How long is it going to take us to get there?
You guys can be like on his tail now. You're there. You can be right behind.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just not gonna do that. It's okay, guys. I won't ruin everything.
You pull a college, and it looks like he's got a retort, but he pauses and takes a deep breath and goes, "That's not my call. That would be Milady Ceressa's call. We just do her bidding, and her bidding is that we gather information on new and interesting people for her, and I can't guarantee that she won't mess with you, but trying to pull one of us in for quite literally just doing our job, which is gathering information, not gonna fly. And you don't want to piss a noble off. It doesn't matter if you're an arbiter. Hell, it wouldn't matter if you were an inquisitor, I'm sure, because they're crazy and they're stupid and I hate them. Now, would you please let me go?" And like his veneer broke for like the briefest moment. Like he's just like, "This is stupid. Let me go. You're only making this worse for all of us."
You know, I could hold you for as long as I wish, so long as I can do. Actually, your job is to gather information, correct?
Yes, it is to gather information.
And if I ask you, would you happen to know much about certain persons?
I would
in and
know.
around,
I would
in and
know
around the
about
shipping
those that
area?
I've been told to follow. But please, trying to gather information gathered by a noble's individual, you'll have to go to the noble themselves. I do not have the power to pass this information on to anyone but them. Indeed, if you try to collar any more of either the other nobles, and he's like makes a disgusted face, entourage, or any of Milady Ceres's people, then you'll likely get the same answer from them as well. We can't give you that information. We're sworn to it.
Common Lore Arbartes for trying to rattle off just how many potential Arbite laws that he might be breaching.
You can do that. Okay then. You did not succeed by enough degrees of success to coerce this person. You're an off-worlder, you're an arbiter, but he is pretty sure of himself, and in his own words, that would be Milady's sin, and it's not a sin at all, and I can't tell you anything. I'm quite literally sworn to it by Milady. I can happily direct you her way, and maybe she'll see you. I mean, you're a bunch of interesting off-worlders, so maybe she'd see you anyway, but I can't tell you anything that I've gathered. Please, let me go. This is only going to get worse before it gets better if you don't.
Said she was one of the planetary nobles?
Yes.
Yes, and I'm gonna guess she's in that tower over there, thumb jerking in the direction of the tower that, whatever the hell her name is, Fiona?
Oh, the missing lady is from? Actually,
yeah.
It would be the other noble tower.
Before I let you go, one more question. Can you tell me anything about these two towers?
You want to actually know about the nobles? Yeah. Of course. Would you let me go first? Like, he appears really quite distressed.
See, here's the thing. Raising your voice to me does not help you whatsoever.
The guy's harmless.
Yeah, and I can be an ass to him as much as I want. If you think an arbiter is going to be nice to anyone, you are wrong.
Yeah, he no longer is forthcoming with information.
To be fair, Rem is playing to his class.
Oh yeah, he does.
Oh yeah, no, he is.
Very quite literally what arbiters do. And they, especially an arbiter who's of the Inquisition, and then this person is saying, oh yeah, even if you were Inquisition, you couldn't do that.
That was me fucking just poking the bear. But no, this guy is now no longer forthcoming with information. He's like,
yeah, but
let me go and I will tell you everything. Will you let me go? I'll tell you everything. Will you please release me, because this is literally going to make things worse for all of us. Would you please let me go? And you're like, no, I can blah, blah, blah. He's like, fucking let me go. It's not good.
Yeah, even to have blurted that out, even within, even under duress is heresy.
Yep, doesn't matter.
He just did heresy.
He did do a heresy at you.
Stalking, menacing, withholding information from an official investigation. You are not going down a particularly good path anymore, and I might have to make this a capital offense.
He will just smile at you. Like, he says no more words.
Oh, and just like a side note, no one ever says they're an agent of the Inquisition unless they're an agent of the Inquisition, so no one questions you when you say it, but I'm saying this is a trump card that we shouldn't use that much. Because basically, there have been people who have said they're agents of the Inquisition, but, weren't. And their deaths were so unspeakable that no one ever says they're part of the Inquisition. You don't need the rosette if you're part of the Inquisition. You can just say you are. However, it's a very expensive trump card we're going to use, so...
Guys, let Remy handle it. It's fine. Go ahead. This guy is now no longer saying stuff to you. What do you do?
I can make you talk. Your job's a runner, right? Yeah. I pull out my and literally just like lay it across his temple. I can take away your ability to run. Wow, you are still silent. You're funny. I shoot him in the foot.
Okay. I mean,
Jesus Christ.
that immediately gets a reaction out of him. The pain screaming version of a reaction. Can you make for me an awareness test, please?
Aww.
God, he screamed like a bitch. It was not. It was not good, and now he's bleeding. Your gun is. What gun were you shooting?
I was just shooting a smaller pistol.
It is still
Thankfully,
is it a hard round or is it a laser weapon?
It was a hard round.
Okay, so that was loud. There is a scream like from one of the outside buildings, and then someone goes, "Get the arbite!" And then someone's like, "No, that is an arbite!" and now there's a commotion. And this guy is busy like screaming and trying not to collapse, which is admittedly helped by the fact you're holding him up, and less helped by the fact that you're holding him up by the cuffs, presumably.
Look, now I have a med kit right here. I can patch this hole. Just give me the information I want.
I can't!
See, that's not what I want to hear.
Then kill me!
Then neither of us will get what I want.
Yeah, this 50-year-old man has been reduced now to just like screaming in pain and telling you he can't, and variations of that.
Now, before I do anything worse, you sure not telling me the information that you're withholding is really that important anymore?
He doesn't quite go into shock, which is nice. I mean, you have just shot an old man in the foot. And he again tells you, I can't tell. It's like he starts like the screaming has stopped, but he's starting to tell you as though you were a slow child. He can't tell you.
You know, I have to keep I keep going, or or I'm forced to realize just how terrible of a mistake I've made.
Oh, this could have gotten better. Yeah.
What do you do? What's your next play?
I was with you up until you shot the dude.
Who's the one who suggested me shooting him?
Morrigan wanted to kill him anyways. It's so bad. But with that knowledge, knowing that he's just some noble's errand boy, we really should have just sent him on his way. But now, the nobles are gonna know that, and a bunch of things are gonna be alerted that we're being way louder than we should be, and we haven't even said that we're part of the Inquisition. It's just going to be, oh yeah, some random arbitus came in and started, administering justice when we clearly had a deal worked out with them. So.
Well, the thing is, here's the great part about the Arbiters. They are allowed to shoot to kill.
Of course they are.
And
they're allowed to kill. They're allowed to kill pretty much anyone if they believe that they're hindering an investigation.
And to be fair, Rem is also playing to a frontier world arbitus. This is how they work on the frontier.
I shot
where there
you
aren't nobles
with a survivable wound. Quit being a bitch.
So,
Yeah.
I ask again, before you keep making excuse for yourselves out of character means fuck all to me. What
just
do you
waiting.
do next, please?
Now, I can see that you're in a bit of pain. Right here, I have a wonderful little drug. It's called Stim. It'll take a lot of this pain away. It'll help me, also, you not scream as I'm tending to you. Is there anything else that you're withholding back before we go further?
And then it's at this point that the light of hope goes out of his eyes. He's like,
See, that's what I'm looking for.
You're an idiot! It's like his faith in humanity has just been scrubbed out. I am unable to tell you!
The man,
Help and let
Unable
me
or
go!
unwilling?
the man is clearly an errand boy.
Like when you say unable or unwilling, it's like he just stops himself from saying horrible things to you, and is just... You've almost stunned him into silence.
Yeah, and Morgan will finally speak up at this point. The man is clearly an errand boy. We are getting nothing from this venture. Why are you so interested in this one?
See, back where I'm from, you'd already be in the hole in the ground.
Yeah, it's
Here,
when you
as a
keep on talking, he's like, "Please, someone get another arbiter! Please!" And he's like screaming at
I
him.
stab him with a stem and I start filling the fucking hole in his foot. Because apparently he's crying like a little bitch.
Okay.
Are we finally done with this? Can we let this poor man go? This just dipshit gopher?
Remember when I said that I have to either keep
Yeah.
going or realize how terrible I've done? This
Yeah, I
is
know.
me attempting to keep going.
Yeah, I know.
The Sister of Battle literally... It went so far that the Sister of Battle is telling you that this is dumb. Please at least give yourself some advantage to thinking, oh yeah, the sister is saying that this is just... that we're getting nothing from this. We have so many other leads we could be pursuing at this point. Some, dipshit noble one. Fine, that's what happens on Imperial Worlds. Let's go and... You would know this better than anyone. Let's go and do something else.
Bro, there were no nobles on my planet.
Yeah, but you're an arbiter. Never mind. So, are you done with it? Morgan is saying, are you done with this man?
Yes, I am done torturing this man.
That's how I would describe this situation. This runner has dropped, like, he gave you actually all the information you needed, and then you ignored it, and then shot him in the foot.
Yes, because he stalked my friends, and apparently I'm not cool with that.
The information would have been let the guy go and go after the noble, not this guy.
Out of character wise, he physically cannot tell you. They are all sworn. They can only give the information they gather to the noble person, and he said, go to them, they'll tell you. But especially if I send you, even more so, they'd probably talk to you anyway because you're interesting and she's crazy. and then at this, after following point, he's like, and now please let me go. I told you everything I physically can. You're like, I'm gonna keep fucking going, and then I'm gonna shoot him in the foot. He told you everything you needed to know, and then you ignored it. I told you, this was basically just exactly what I told you in the exact same words, except I'm now saying it in a far snarkier tone of voice.
Yep, I even rolled the willpower just so I could fail it and tell you to knock it off. But no, I succeeded it, so I kept... anyways, let's stop. Go over to the other group if we're not going to end here for tonight.
I was about to say, I think
Yes,
we need to go to the other.
Let's wrap it up.
I think we need to go to the other group now because I'm starting to realize what I've done.
Yes.
Oh God, it's setting in. Oh God. Oh God.
It's just half of this.
I mean, you'd make the Fen crew proud at your inability to follow the easy prompts. Like, fucking
Right?
hell, incredible.
I
Okay.
shot a man.
Yes, you did, for no reason.
Really didn't
for
mean
no
to.
for no
Well,
reason. Literally no
To
reason. Except to be
fair,
an asshole.
if I shot him in the face, we wouldn't be having this problem.
We wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was going to be over half an hour ago.
Okay, so we're gonna go back to Silas and Seacart, and then we're gonna call it for the night. And Rem,
Are we doing
Rem,
it?
shush! I want to be done before the 5-hour mark.
I'm done.
Silas, Seacart. It took you about half an hour of wandering when you make it to the section of slums that look finally run down enough. And there are a couple of people, indeed, like the to call these people like, you know, tramps and hobos is an underestimate. These guys have all like, they've got not just missing limbs, but they're gangrenous. They look ill. They look tired. Like, the fact that they are alive should be a blessing in and of itself. Like, although they probably don't count every day alive as a blessing. Some are zonked out entirely on whatever shit tier drugs they could locate. Like, you know, some are literally like burrowed into the corner clutching a battered old gun that looks incapable of dealing damage to themselves. And then there is someone who is not... He isn't, like, surrounded by the failings of humanity. He is a huge behemoth of a man. You can see, like, there was old technology in this person. It has long since been, like, corroded and been ripped away and all of that kind of stuff. Like, it has become... It is just fallen out of use, I guess, but then not been restored. Like, you guys don't know it because you aren't like engine seers and stuff, but letting stuff of whatever quality this is supposed to be like fall into this disrepair would be like considered tech heresy. But you aren't like all hail the techman god, yay technology. You just know like this guy's shit has fallen out of whack, and you don't know how rare it is. But it definitely is. It's unsettling to see. Now, anyone like to recommend a lore skill that they want to throw at this dude?
What are they trying to find out?
What the fuck are they looking at?
I only have common law underworld. That's literally the only law skill I have.
I have common lore at Astra Telepathica and the warp. And forbidden the warp.
Odd.
I have every lore.
Shush. Sieg.
I have an Imperial Guard lore. That's
Tell you what, give me a common law Imperial Guard. You'll get something out of that.
let's see if I can actually any negatives to it.
Nope, just give it a go.
No.
You don't know. It gives you a bad feeling, whatever you're looking at. He's currently not facing you. He's like sat in... I say sat in a chair. It's more like this twisted, dying frame is struggling to hold up a man of his sheer size. Like, he's 7 foot if he's an inch. And he has got shoulders like two linebackers slammed their shoulders together. He's fucking huge.
Is he green?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't think you would need a law check for that.
Just an orb sitting. Just, nope. Everyone's just so sick you can't tell the difference. I think he might be something else.
No, these are humans.
Oh yeah,
Obviously.
yeah. Oh yeah, he's got human DNA. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, he's a very, very, very big individual, though. He is jacked as fuck. And as I say, he's got old, twisting, archaic technology in him. He's not looking at you guys. He's sat in a twisting frame of a chair. His head is down, so you can't really see even the shape of it, I suppose. Like, you can see, like, the maybe the crest of his head, because he's looking down, but because his neck muscles alone are also pretty fucking huge. Like, he's a big guy. He's big is what I'm saying. He's fucking enormous.
He's huge. Yeah.
This is not quite what I was expecting.
No. So, please stop. Please, I'm about to bust out laughing.
Do you think there's any hope of getting cash out of this one? Look.
I don't. I think he's already spent the cash. Is probably the problem. So and I don't think we can intimidate this guy. I seriously doubt we can intimidate something that looks like points a finger, that puts his thumb out to like that thing. It's just like I just see a wall of muscle and tech and like rusty pieces of tech, and just like I doubt we're gonna get much intimidation out of it. Maybe if we had a tech priest, we might scare him, but nah.
Yeah.
So you want to just skip straight to the good part, or because I don't know how good you are with any of your weapons of trade, but we might have bitten off more than we could chew.
We'll be fine.
Well, in a fair fight, I might amend that comment.
Indeed.
Well, you're looking at his back. You're not in earshot of him at the very least, I assume, when you're having this conversation. Like, you're not just talking about how you're going to kill him from behind him, yes?
It's a fairly reasonable assumption.
Yeah, we're looking at him probably behind like some sort of like building. Whispering to each other across like a causeway or something. Oh no, this.
I could just try and get close.
You
Take his head.
want me to line up try and line up a shot on him first, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In case is a good idea.
All right. So, is there any way I can get like a ranged, like a elevated position on this?
You could try climbing onto a building. Give me an intelligence test.
Nope. Agility, come on, there it is.
Okay, you didn't fill by massive enough margin. You're pretty sure these things are they're in bad condition. You can see a route up there, but you can't see the tops of these buildings. They might not hold together if you get up there. Otherwise, there's a lot of tight alleyways.
Okay, maybe just a good hiding position.
Sure, you can nestle in against a bunch of shit. It's not a nice place to be by any imaginations. You're in Turbo Slum right now. It's.
I just rested on a half-dead hobo.
Yeah, you might as well be. They make pretty good cover though.
I mean, he's in the Imperial Guard. He's...
Yeah, whatever. You've used bodies as cover many a times. Indeed, it's usually your brother that you're using as a knee rest for your gun. If only these fools died softer, there would be a nicer place to sit.
Alas, poor Eli.
Alas, poor Eli. Alright, so.
Alright, yeah. So I'm going to line up a shot over... We'll just call him Eli for now.
Yep. Alright. Silas, You stand, I would say, like, what, 10 meters behind away from the guy, and you've got plenty of space to close in on him. No one else is near him. It's open space. You could, yeah, whatever. I leave the decision to you.
Yep, just slowly draw a chainsword and sneak on up.
Alrighty. Give me a stealth, please.
No, I think I'm gonna turn on my stomach.
Your what, sorry?
My stomach.
Okay.
It it projects just an aura of quietness. Like everything within a couple of meters is basically silenced.
Okay. In numbers terms, how much stealth does that give you then? It sounds like something that'd be quite high.
I am looking. I'm not precisely sure where in the core rulebook it is. Ah, found it. It is a plus 30.
Okay, go ahead. Damn good item right there.
Yeah, but it has like it has a very short amount of charge.
Right, and don't forget you got 10 meters to cross.
Yep. Can I spend a fate point?
How many you got left?
I have a total of 3.
You've spent
That was
One.
before. Yeah, that was just to buy a degree of success.
Yeah.
Alright.
I think I'm gonna
I
spend
was
this
the one who spent 2 fate points.
Whatever you say, Pets and Water, my dear.
I was the one who spent 2 fate points.
Right, okay.
So this one is going on a reroll.
Okay.
Well, I have to take the 98.
Yeah.
Sadly, when you spend a fate point, you have to take the new roll. It's
Yeah.
not take the better of 2.
I'm
Soccer
aware.
bro.
Okay, so it's like I mean you've got this field active and it's keeping you quiet. Maybe you're a bit too confident. How often do you use this thing?
In situations like final approach to a target or in small bursts to muffle a sniper shot, most of the time he just goes by him being quiet.
Yeah, we'll call it a measure of overconfidence, and it's also it's a bit down to this grounding. Like you're walking across what always seems to be a solid stone floor, but you like step on a piece of trash, and that's fine. It doesn't make a sound. That doesn't make a sound ever. That's great. And then it silently knocks into something else, and then a plank rolls over. Well, I say a plank, more like a piece of prefab, I guess, rolls over, and it clangs to the ground. And you're like, for a moment, there's this moment of hope where you're like, is it going to fall down in this like field of silence? It doesn't quite. And when it does land, like this hulking figure in front of you, he doesn't bolt to his feet like you might expect. He goes, ugh, and then starts standing up out of his chair. This hulking force, and you just see now, like he's got, I would say no shirt on, but he does have a shirt. It's in complete tatters, and it's you can just see muscles rippling beneath this thing, and this figure stands up and he's going to turn around to face you. His eyes are haunted and they are sunk deep into his face, and you can see like across his jaw are a lattice work of scars, like looks like something just dug its claws into his face and yanked away, just pulled flesh away from his face. And it whoever put the tech there, like it's withered away. Like there was obviously some kind of machinery to keep his jaw more or less fully intact, and it appears to only be like a rudimentary set of hooks by this point that allows him to still speak and say words, but it's not a pretty sound. You can see further down his chest is again like old ruined technology. Like he's been through just the fucking wars, and his flesh, like around all of this ruined tech, is sallow and old. One of his eyes are completely knackered out. Like it looks like it might have, like, I don't mean like a tech eye, as in like it's a humanoid eye, and but it's glazed over white and it can't see a damned thing. The eye next to it in this sunken pit is this pale shade of, I guess, bluey purple, and it stares at you with like confusion for a moment, and looks towards the weapon and the fact that you're probably like midway into what looked like a silent approach, and he grimaces. And that grimace is even uglier. It makes an ugly face worse. This isn't a face a mother could love. This is a face that a mother would presumably put in some kind of dark, dark place. What you're looking at is still human, though. That's the most alarming thing that you can see. This is just a very, very big man. And then he reaches down and picks up what looks like a chainsword. It doesn't switch on, blessedly. He's basically got a very broken chainsword. Like, he grips down incredibly hard on like the feeder that should start this thing spinning, and it like jerks a couple of times but doesn't move continuously. No, he's got a stat sheet now. And it looks like he's going to attack you pretty fucking hard. Would you like to make an initiative roll, please?
Would you like to bring my token over to this page?
I'm going to just bump us into this one here, and I'm going to draw a quick, like, just positions on everything. Like, we'll call this the alleyway. Let's see here. You are on a corpse over there. You are up here. And then let's just grab a fucking anything. That'll do. It's not quite correct, but it's close enough. Like he's undoubtedly human, but like that's a fucked up ass troll. Like he's got the whole like rotted texture thing going for him. There we go. And then I need to change the scale on this because, let's say you were 10 feet away, you probably closed into about, what, 6 when that happened?
Meters, right?
Yeah, we'll double the scale. Yeah, you go. Yeah, now you're 6 away from him. You got 18. There you go. We'll be done after this fight. Well, one way or another.
Yeah.
And yeah, initiative, please.
I'm still not seeing a map with my token on.
Oh, that should have fucking... Sorry, didn't
There
drag
we
the
are.
players over. My bad. There you go, that's what you're up against. It looks human, though, as opposed to the pointy ears and shit, but it's as good a representation as I could see.
Oh, crap. That's 1d10 with our Agi mod, right?
Correct.
I did not have a checker, so...
Oh my. GG no re.
Could you add me?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
He's a big boy. He's definitely a big fucking boy.
Bryce, nah. Oh.
Alright. And descending. Alright, so his first motion is going to be... He doesn't have the space to charge you. He's going to move his agility up. And take a swing at you. Do you give him any modifiers like against his hitting you with a weapon?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then I have to roll this twice and take the lowest because his weapon is fucked. It's like the opposite of rending. Alright. He deals 7 pen 0.
I have the ability to dodge.
Oh, right, of course. Sorry, my bad. Fuck. Okay, sorry. Yeah, he doesn't do anything, even. Hooray!
Yeah.
Good for you. And that's his turn.
So Silas ducks, takes aim, and stabs him with a chainsaw.
Height.
Oh, I should have probably just parried. Well, I'll remember next time.
What is
Parry,
the
you
bonus?
say.
Yeah.
I have balanced on my chainsword, so it gives a bonus to parrying.
Yep. They're pretty cool.
No.
So, I do have inescapable attack, so give me a moment while I check quite what his penalty to dodge or parry or whatever is. Yeah, so he has... I got 2 degrees of success, so he has a 20% penalty to his evasion.
How much percent negative?
Minus 20 to whatever he uses to evade.
Oh, even if it's a parry, eh? Okay. Well, he's still gonna give it a go. Minus 20. Why has he got an untrained thing in there as well? The minus 10, that's not correct. Oh, my bad. But it still doesn't make it. 20 doesn't cut it.
Okay.
Alright. Deal your damage. Ooh, fuck. He hates that. Ooh, let's turn backwards. There you go. Crunch. He's not wearing any armor at all, and your blade digs deep, rending out muscle and flesh. Sieg, it's your go.
Alright.
Do you have bonuses against shooting against people in melee?
Nope.
Okay.
I do not have any of those.
Don't fuck up.
Sadly. Yeah. Can I still take the aim action?
Nothing says you can't.
Alright. What's the bonus to aim for
God,
for
I've got the
aiming?
cheat sheets here.
Oh,
It's
I
plus
didn't see it.
10, although wouldn't you have been counted as aiming for this whole time I was approaching?
Correct. You'll have a. I'll give you the plus 20 full round action aim,
Alright.
which means I suppose you can do what the fuck ever a full round shooty thing is instead. Just combine
I'm using the long last.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So. Ooh, glad I did.
Yeah, fuck. Is that
That's just-
long raz gets an extra plus 10 if it does a full round aim?
Yeah,
n-
it's an accurate weapon. It has additional bonuses for aim actions.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I see 50 plus 10 plus 30.
So wait, who are you shooting?
An enemy. We'll get back
did
to
it,
that. You
did it
appear to have
already-
given this attack plus 40.
did not mean to. That should actually just be the 20 for the full round. I did not know it already added in accurate.
Well, I mean, meat makes it, so it's just the 0 point... It's the exact degree of success.
It would have been 80, not 70.
Oh.
Which I think is still 1 degree of success.
What do you mean 80, not 70? The target
You
number.
hit
Yeah, the target-
dude, Bob.
You hit
Yeah,
him,
that's
but you
simple.
hit him barely. Barely. Okay. That does not deal nearly so much savage damage. Indeed, this blast, like,
Oh, great.
it hits one of those like metal plates and diffuses a lot of the blast. It still boils a bunch of the flesh around him. He doesn't even seem to notice the pain.
If he has unnatural toughness, Long Lads does have Felling 4.
It's not a natural toughness. It's just got a decent base toughness and,
Okay.
wounds to fight. And on his go, he sure is going to try and fight. Let's see here. He is going to give up that round's evasion action and make a full attack. This is probably a very mean thing that I'm doing. Assuming you don't avoid it, I suppose.
Where's the freaking weapon?
Wow! Dude! Alright. He misses.
Now you know what it is to be me.
It's cool. The clumsy broken weapon just like sweeps past you. Like for a moment the teeth spin in it and it just sounds mournful. This sound that comes from this weapon is sad alone.
Hmm.
Okay.
Silas, you're up.
Okay. I mean, again,
Yeah, go for it.
aim, hit the guy. Also, do I get any bonus to hit him because of how much
No.
bigger he is? Or is
No,
he not
he's
that
still
much
he's still
bigger?
occupying our square.
Okay. Oh well.
Whew. I won't even say that it's that you don't hit, it just planks off of something that he doesn't seem to feel and doesn't seem to deal actual damage to him. Seacart.
Alright. Right. Is there a negative for firing into melee?
There is.
Normally, yes. It's like a -20, I think.
Yep.
Okay, so it just evens out.
Mm-hmm. Wow. That is a good hit right there. You kill him. You kill him fucking dead.
You do actually get an additional 2d10 damage, Bob, but if he's
uh,
already dead, it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, he's dead as fuck.
Let's see.
I mean, alright, let's find out. Where did you hit him?
02.
So you hit him in the head.
2 goes to a 20, which goes to an arm.
Oh, right,
Okay.
I thought you could... Oh, right, yeah, that's right, yes,
okay.
arm. Alright, you... Not only do you burn his arm off, the rest of the limb then self-immolates. I would say it incinerates most of his body. It really doesn't. There's just too fucking much of him. But the arm itself is completely gone. He stares dumbly at it in shock, and then realizes that it was the arm holding his weapon, and he like turns around to reach for it with his other arm, and then just the motion seems to send him toppling onto his side. his heart beats its last, and then he goes still.
Sad.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who might have attempted to kill someone today.
And now combat is over, Silas will actually turn off his stunner. He didn't have a chance to in the middle of dodging all of the massive broken chainsaw blows.
Yep, that thing wields 2d6, and I actually didn't put a strength bonus in, which I kind of should have, because I think that was supposed to be 2d6 plus, let's see here, plus 4 plus his talents for thing. It should have been 2d6 plus 6. I think you have taken, well, so you would have taken even more damage, even if it was a shit damage roll. Good thing you dodged.
Yeah.
That was the Lost Marine.
Whoa, wait, what?
I will briefly show... Well, I would say I'll show you the sheet, but I haven't filled out most of the details. Weapon skill 40, ballistic 45, strength 40, tough 45, agility 30. His int's been reduced to 15, his perception's been reduced to 20, his willpower's reduced to 30, his fellowship is 5, because he can't make fellowship tests, and he has no influence. He was a Lost Marine.
Like a Space Marine.
Yes.
Mhm. They got addicted to drugs.
When he is down and on his side, Silas, you're up close, like right there. You can see along his side fucking Imperial tattoos all over his body. Like, on the underside of his tattered vest, you could make him out. There were probably a bunch on that, along his arm that was burned off. You can see that they're also on his other arm, and they go likely along his chest. Some of them are cut off by where, like, chrome meets flesh, I suppose. But, yeah, you're pretty certain you're looking at an ex-Marine. An ex-Marine now.
That's the thing that can happen.
Silas will decapitate him and then search for corpse.
Alright. On the corpse, you find, like, empty syringes for Obscura, and you find, like, a fistful of minus credits, and probably some other dude's teeth. There is... can you roll me a 1d4 fate, please? Hope for a 1. Hope for a 2.
Okay.
Alright.
2.
There is... It's not so much identification, so much as it is an old badge with the identification scraped off of it. With some searching and some time, you might be able to find out where he belongs. Or belonged.
Oh, too bad we don't have a Nothikium for his gene seed, but don't know if they'd want it when they find out that he looked like this. That's out of character.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was about to say you would have to have Forbidden Lore Astartes for that.
Yeah, Imperial Guardmen don't know where Space Marines come from. He's probably never even seen one before.
So I was going to say, it's like, for you, Imperial Guards know stuff about Space Marines. I was going to tell you, like, a legend or two if you nailed the call, but you're like, fucking, what is this? This is a big dude. Maybe it's Orc.
They think that it is literally like most guard regiments think they're literally little slices of the Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
They might as well be the little special snowflakes of the Emperor.
Disgusting. Death Watch is the worst campaign.
Yeah, there you go. You've killed a Lost Marine.
Nice. Just out of curiosity, how many wounds did he have?
I'm not saying.
Aww.
It's a stat block that might get used again. I don't know when or if it might ever come up, but I'm not telling. It didn't have the correct wounds, that's for sure. So if you try and do the reverse maths, it's not gonna fucking work.
Well, it's just because I was wondering if we were using the same one, that's all.
Nope, I didn't pull it out of a book. I made it.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Like, I remembered that there were a lot of 40s and Marines stat blocks. I was like, that'll work.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of 50s. I was like, I'm not giving them 50s, though. That's crazy.
I just want to say, with this guy dead, I was certain it would be me, but I'm glad I wasn't the one to bring everything down the session. I did it, guys!
You did
I
it.
managed
You did it.
You did it.
You succeeded.
I wasn't the bad guy for once.
To be fair, we're putting you into situations where you cannot be the bad guy.
Yeah,
Hey,
someone's already
I
beaten you
actually
to it.
Yeah.
I actually had to roll willpower, which I was hoping I'd fail, to be able to interject in Rem's thing, but I succeeded because I was like, well,
He knows what he's
you know,
doing.
yeah, well, she had already said that, you know, she was going to follow his lead because this is his job, so I can't give myself a raw one, I have to give myself a +10. Ah, fuck, I failed, I couldn't interject. I was shaking the entire time. It was funny as hell, but the poor dude.
It was hilarious, but I was just stood there like, why is Rem's character such an asshole?
Oh, at that point, I thought it was just Rem being sadistic.
Yeah, no. Like I was like, I gave him everything he needed to know. Why? Wow, Rem is playing a really nasty person.
Because the way that he worded it made me think that he had more.
Well, he's a noble's gopher. He doesn't know shit. The juicy bit of information was who he was working for, and now we might have permanently soured our
dick.
What do you mean this might come back to? Anyway, okay, guys, we're at the end of the session. We're at the end of the session.
All right, we get to
session.
Yeah, we get to find out how Scout does session XP and stuff like that. Is it different than mine? Probably. Scout's probably not as bad at this as I am.
Well, before we even get to experience, we have to figure out how much influence you've gained.
Oh lord.
Oh god.
Now, influence gains and losses are judged by the party's subtlety level. By end of session, the party had subtlety level 5, which is the maximum.
Oh.
That's bad. You want -5 at the absolute minimum number. This is as high as the scale. Remember, we want small numbers are good numbers. 5 is as high as your subtlety mark will ever go. Luckily, your influence wasn't affected because no one has been able yet to put an action to your group. That's probably going to change next session unless you find ways to reduce your subtlety or do something really good. Your influence gain is just +1. It's the default if nothing happens. And right now you have no reputation to ruin or improve, but you are now a group, and every noble's eye is on you. Silas, Seacart, you currently have no idea that your subtlety level... You've got 5 stars in GTA right now, and you don't know why. Like, people in your party have triggered you for an alert, and you're like, what the fuck is going on over there? And someone's like, I stole a cop car and shot a cop. Like, this is what we're looking at situation-wise.
You got 5 stars, and it wasn't the person you thought was the one who gave it to you.
Yeah, exactly. But regardless, since nothing bad technically has happened, the only interactions you've had that could affect your influence were with the other Arbite, you gain +1 influence. Congratulations. Good luck next session.
Yay!
Good luck next session.
Oh god.
Yeah, award influence based on averages, plus or minus the special events in regards to subtlety.
So
good luck.
Just 1 influence then, right?
You gain 1.
God, it's gonna take forever to be able to get my sister a battle.
Well, no, if you do only good things, then your influence will go up. And if you do only good things with your subtlety skyrocketed, then your influence will go up real quick too. If you do bad things with a high subtlety, though, you're fucked.
Listen, Rem, don't feel too bad about it because it was funny as hell.
It was so funny. It was so good.
It was funny. It was almost as good as shooting the cat scene in the original Boondock Saints. But
yeah, I love that scene. It's so good.
But I had to keep going, or how much I fucked up would sink in.
You were making denial rolls against yourself. Was that right?
It's like when people get in like wipeout on their bike and then they just start running to outrun the pain.
Yeah. But no. Here's the only way that I can possibly see a silver lining for this. Well, only one of 2 ways. Either 1, the noble will get butthurt and try to go back to the arbiters to see if they can get some kind of recompensation, which hopefully will get buried in paperwork since they kind of like me. Maybe. Or 2, the fact that I am willing to use violence during an interrogation interests nobles some kind of blood boner.
Honestly, I'm just glad that you didn't pull out the "We're with the Inquisition" card.
Yeah,
No.
I'm so glad you didn't.
I
pick
do.
that.
That is literally the last card in the deck you should ever pull out.
That's the card that you use on like nobles and shit like that. Like
No.
if we
That is
ever
the
need
Hail.
to,
That is the Hail Mary card.
like if we ever need to talk with like members of the Ministorum, just send the Sister of Battle. It's just
If we-
much easier.
Mhm.
But
If we need
God
arbiters,
damn.
we send me in. If we need psychers, we send in our pet Psychdar.
This is true. I was
Yes.
actually hoping the winner would butt in at any given point, but I think that he was laughing too hard to
Yep.
actually be able to be of any use. Because I was like, for the love of God, this went about as good as I thought a group composed of an arbiter, a psyker, and a sister of battle would go. Except that I thought that the straight man would be the arbiter. I thought it was gonna be my fault that all this shit went down. I'm so glad it was.
To be fair, I
There's no
don't
to be
know
fair
where
about
it
this.
kind of went. I mean, it started with an interrogation, and then it ended with me shooting a man.
Well, it's the way I see it. You tried to bring frontier justice to like a hybrid between a forge world and a hive world, and it just didn't work out.
Well, no.
Like you have no experience with this kind of culture, and you were just like, you know what? Yeehaw, partner! Let's just walk in and do my thing with my big old revolver.
It works where I'm from
It is.
because no one bitches about a bullet in the foot.
This is ow my foot.
Just, oh man, I was gonna use that later. But no, here, everyone's whining and screaming, and you're so confused.
Yes.
This is how
It's
we
like
say
it's like
hello
standing
on
up.
my
Okay,
planet.
essentially you were stood over an operating table, like blood up to the arms, and just going, "What happened, Doctor?" You go, "It was just supposed to be tonsils." It's just a corpse inside out in front of you.
No. Literally. I could pull off my coat right now, and there's enough bullet marks on my back to see a calligraphied thug life on my back.
Exactly, it's how your people say hello, but this world is so
Borderlands.
far
I
outside
come
of your
from Pandora.
yeah, and it's so outside of your wheelhouse that now you're just like you have to go to like sensitivity training with the local arbalist to find out
And
how
I call
to
them all
work with
pussies for it. Like, literally, you can't stick a fucking almost all-powerful super cop from Pandora on a civilized world and expect everything to go okay.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was just concerned that the fact that I have to roleplay a purge everything character would have ended up with way more corpses by this point. I'm so glad that I managed to avoid that.
I mean, Jesus fuck.
No, it's funny. I really enjoyed the session.
It's pretty good.
This,
I mean,
just that
to be
45
fair,
minutes of just random faffing about yelling at this dude, and he gave you the same answer every time, and you were like, no, more, but I don't have any more. Shoot you in the foot. Where is the more?
and the best part is, the great thing about arbiters is that at their absolute peak of power, if a planet goes shit side, they can execute the planetary governor and put in martial law.
But to be fair, so can the Imperial Guard. But
Well, the Imperial Guard, they can set up martial law. Yes, they don't have the clout in order to execute planetary nobles. The arbiters do.
This was literally your response every time he told you that he didn't have anything more, and that, this isn't how this world works. This is exactly how it happened. That was your face. That was your face.
Wait, what the fuck's this supposed to be? 250, 225, 275?
Yeah, RXP for this session.
How did I get the lease?
What?
You did the most negatives for
Correct.
for the group.
Guess. Okay, so I'll give you the down low super skinny. Why have you got a plus 50 in there?
Oh, that's just what I have left.
Oh, that's what you had left over. Okay, cool.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so there is a standard like reward end of every session. 250 is average, like, you know, essentially you are continuing to do your job as Inquisitors. You lose experience of 25 marks if you fuck up, and you gain 25 marks if you do something exceptional or surprising, and that is a stacking bonus. So if you continue, if in one session you do many exceptional or surprising things, they add up and add up and add up. In this case, like, it has been a session of very little progression. Really, Etienne only got a chance to fuck up properly once. I'm not going to punish him for his shit chance die and his shit stealth roll. It's more decision making that I judge than actual dice. In Silas and Seacart's case, they took on a fucking ex-marine in order to do a drug pusher.
See, that's something I'm still trying to figure out.
Yeah.
How in the hell can there be an ex-space marine?
It happens more often than you think.
Really?
Yeah, an Astartes just gets badly injured, thought dead, gets left behind. They wake up sometime later, badly fucked up, and they try to carry on. Maybe they've been given brain damage. They don't know they were an ex-Astartes. Maybe they do. Maybe they try to get back and just told, oh no, you're dead. Fuck off.
Or it's just like his entire chapter or just his squad was wiped out. It just happens because of the bonds the Space Marines have with their battle brothers. It has been known to snap Space Marines' minds when like their entire squad or chapter gets wiped out.
Indeed, this one is named Lost. I suppose it's more specific. It's more explicit than X. You wouldn't know the story behind it, but it's basically what happened. It's like, you know, it's final survivor, fucked up brain, yada yada yada. But yes,
basically, me and Cynthia were there. That's the thing.
Yeah,
for XP,
that is the
because
standard XP. Like, you didn't fuck up, but you didn't make a spectacular thing happen, I guess. Is the best way to describe it. Like, I should add, I won't judge on just rolls. Decision making I care about more. Like, every now and again, if like a string of fucking excellent rolls happen, I feel like, okay, I got to give some experience. Like, but it's
you know, looking back, and by the way, you taking out an ex-Space Marine, that was pretty freaking awesome. Looking back, rather than following that guy down the alley, I knew I should have just investigated the mechanic's shop.
there were a lot of things you could have looked into. And I mean, I left you guys a lot of hidden shit, and left subtle hooks, and then I left less subtle hooks. But regardless, before we get cyclical, that's the experience. Has anyone got any questions before we call the session at an end?
No, my stuff can wait till after the recording ends.
Excellent. Anyone else?
I'm good.
Excellent.
Maybe I should who all votes for I only get a 3-bullet limit outside of combat?
I was asking for real questions. Next, Stray. Sorry, you were good. Pets, anything?
I'm fine.
Excellent. And Mersey, my dear.
You know I would have spoken up by now.
Yeah, probably, but it's always worth asking. I got to it, I was like, I don't need to ask. I'll do it. That would be rude if I didn't. There you go. Okay. So, with that, the session is complete. Thank you very much for watching stream. I hope you had a lovely time. If you're watching the VOD, then congratulations. You made it to the end. I hope you have yourselves a lovely motherfucking good time. And that's all of us. Take care.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.
Happy Halloween.
Bye.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not Halloween anymore. Fuck.